War is said to never change. In the year 2077, the United States and China engage in a devastating nuclear conflict, an event that effectively eradicates the modern world. This, however, is not the end of the human race. It is, instead, a new and brutal beginning. Centuries into the future, humanity finds new ways to survive and even thrive in the post-war world. In a wasteland filled with raiders, mutants, and a precious few underground refugees, it falls to those with the will to forge a future to conquer this new world. The world of Fallout presents a unique blend of atomic age retrofuturism and post-apocalyptic survival, colored by a pessimistic view of human nature and a cynical, often violent, sense of humor. It is a one-of-a-kind fictional universe. The iconic image of the Vault Boy logo is enough to evoke the nostalgia of countless hours spent exploring this distinct wasteland. This narrative delves into the major lore of the Fallout universe, exploring life before the war, the major factions that emerged in its aftermath, the various radioactive creatures that now wander the wastes, and much more. While this is not an exhaustive account of every piece of lore in existence, it serves as a concise guide to the major and necessary elements that define this world. Between the years of 1945 and 1961, an event known as the Divergence occurs. This is the pivotal moment in history when the timeline of the Fallout universe begins to branch away from our own. The Fallout universe imagines a future shaped by the ideas and aesthetics of 1950s science fiction, the so-called world of tomorrow. This retro-futuristic setting provides a backdrop through which the series examines human nature, moral dilemmas, and the complex ties between civilization, conflict, and our recurring inclination towards war and destruction, often with a satirical atmosphere. In this alternate timeline, technological advancement takes a dramatically different path. Following the Second World War, humanity in this world prioritizes the development of massive mainframe computers, nuclear technology, robotics, cybernetics, and genetic engineering. Innovations in these fields enable the creation of technologies such as power armor, laser weapons, and widespread domestic robots, many of which remain operational centuries after their manufacturing dates. Culturally, the world retains a deep attachment to the aesthetics and values of 1950s America. This influence is evident in clothing, architecture, interior design, and advertising. Public attitudes also remain steeped in Cold War-era paranoia, with strong anti-communist sentiment continuing to shape daily life across North America deep into the 21st century. Mass media similarly diverges from real-world trends. While television takes center stage in our timeline, radio remains the dominant medium in Fallout's world. Broadcasts often feature mid-20th century American music by artists like the Ink Spots, Bing Crosby, and the Andrews Sisters. However, later artists such as Elvis Presley and Elton John are also acknowledged as having existed in this universe. Following the Divergence, in 1969, the United States reorganizes its 50 states into 13 commonwealths. Despite this, individual states appear to have maintained a measure of political autonomy. Details about political leadership after the Divergence are limited, but historical figures like Richard Nixon are still referenced, indicating some overlap in leadership, at least initially. Social progress also seems to have continued, as racial integration is evident in the military and politics. Women's rights appear to have advanced as well, with women serving in active combat roles. The United States government in the Fallout timeline is extremely corrupt, even by modern standards. The Cold War does not end until 2051 in this universe. Therefore, the pattern of secretive, ethically questionable experimentation persists well into the 21st century, culminating in what would eventually become the Vault-Tec experiments. By the time of the Great War in 2077, the Soviet Union still exists as a political entity, though its global influence has significantly declined. The USSR has been long overshadowed by China, which has emerged as the dominant force in international communism. By the time of the Great War, the United States and the Soviets appear to be neutral towards one another. The People's Republic of China, meanwhile, still undergoes the authoritarian regime of Maoist rule, but never adopts the economic liberalization or market reforms seen in our timeline. Instead, China evolves into a formidable global power under Maoist philosophy, rivaling the United States both militarily and scientifically. The European Commonwealth becomes a unified political body, though its precise composition remains unclear. Supplemental sources suggest that the major Western European countries like France, Italy, and the United Kingdom are included in this union. The United Nations, meanwhile, continues operating until 2052, when it collapses due to mass withdrawals of member states amid rising international tensions. While details on decolonization are sparse, some degree of it takes place, as countries such as India and the Belgian Congo had already gained independence by the late 1950s. Additionally, Canada, once a dominion of the British Empire, shifts into the United States' sphere of influence and eventually becomes a de facto puppet state. One of the most notable technological differences between the Fallout universe and ours is in the direction computer development takes after the Second World War. Unlike our timeline, where rapid miniaturization and refinement of digital electronics become a central focus, the Fallout timeline does not prioritize shrinking technology. As a result, most computers in Fallout remain massive reel-to-reel machines that occupy entire rooms. Personal computers rely on a mix of vacuum tubes and transistors, making them large and cumbersome, with small monochrome CRT displays rather than the sleek, flat LCD screens familiar to us today. Despite their bulk, Fallout's computers are remarkably durable, as many continue to operate over 2 centuries after the nuclear war, often in hostile environments. Devices such as the Pip-Boy and advanced androids do hint at some level of miniaturization, but such technology is rare and limited to specialized applications. Additionally, user interfaces never progress to widespread graphical systems. Instead, most computers operate using simple command line inputs. Televisions and radios also never evolve beyond their early 1960s counterparts, retaining boxy frames and small monochromatic screens. Color broadcasting is rare, with most visual media shown in black and white. Similarly, photography equipment stays bulky, with large flash bulbs reminiscent of late 1950s models, although some cameras are capable of instant image development. Interestingly, while Fallout's world lacks advanced microprocessors, other areas of computing make significant strides comparable to our own timeline. Terms like uploading, downloading, and email are commonplace, and the presence of internet systems and orbital communications satellites reveals that networking and data transmission progress meaningfully even in the absence of sleek hardware and user-friendly systems. Meanwhile, nuclear power extends far beyond its use in weaponry and becomes a cornerstone of everyday energy production. Compact fission reactors are frequently built directly beneath towns and cities, and the miniaturization of these reactors is a key focus of technological advancement. Nuclear engines replace internal combustion engines in cars, and fission batteries become a standard portable power source. Fusion power also becomes widespread, particularly in military and industrial applications. Vehicles, weapons, and various forms of equipment are powered by miniature fusion reactors. This technology leads to the creation of microfusion cells, compact power units used extensively in energy weapons such as laser rifles and plasma guns. The widespread use of nuclear technologies comes with significant risks, including radiation exposure from accidents or fallout. To address this, scientists develop advanced radiation treatments and preventative medical solutions, enabling people to survive and even function after exposure to meaningful doses of radiation. The evolution of nuclear weaponry in the Fallout timeline also diverges from ours. While megaton-class bombs were once in use, they are eventually phased out in favor of a larger arsenal of smaller, more tactical kiloton-class weapons. These are deployed through both gravity bombs and intercontinental ballistic missiles, though it is unclear which delivery system sees more use during the Great War. Another significant difference lies in materials science, particularly in the use of plastic. While plastic dominates manufacturing in our world, the Fallout universe relies far more heavily on glass and metal. This is likely due to severe oil shortages, which limited the production of petroleum-based materials like plastic. As a result, everything from household goods to industrial components tends to be more durable and heavy than their real-world counterparts. With a fuller understanding of the world of Fallout, one can explore the deep history that shapes it. The Rub al-Khali, known in English as the Empty Quarter, stands as the world's largest uninterrupted expanse of sand, covering much of the southern portion of the Arabian Peninsula. At its heart lie the fabled ruins of Ubar, an ancient city said to predate recorded human history by more than 4 millennia. Tales often speak of a forgotten, otherworldly civilization whose non-human ancestors' technological prowess far exceeded anything ever developed by humans. Millennia later, following the divergence, in the year 1969, the United States reorganizes into a system known as the 13 Commonwealths, each consisting of multiple states. With the introduction of this system, the stars on the United States flag are revised to reflect the new political structure. 2 flag designs emerge, one with a central star surrounded by 13 others, symbolizing the original 13 Commonwealths, and another design showing 13 evenly spaced stars. Both variants remain in use up until the time of the Great War. Nearly a century later, in the year 2051, the United States, in an effort to safeguard its economic interests and secure its access to oil, begins applying political and economic pressure to Mexico. Citing Mexico's internal unrest and environmental issues as threats to national security, the U.S. imposes a series of economic sanctions to destabilize the region. Eventually, American military forces are deployed into Mexico, taking control of key oil facilities to ensure a steady flow of fuel and resources continues northward, at the expense of Mexico itself. This marks the beginning of a series of events that ultimately plunges the world into global conflict. Ironically, despite these efforts, the move fails to revive the struggling U.S. economy, as the coming energy crisis takes a severe toll on the nation. Come April of 2052, the resource wars begin. This series of conflicts starts with the Euro-Middle Eastern War between the European Commonwealth and the nations of the Middle East. The conflict is triggered by Europe's heavy reliance on oil imports. When Middle Eastern nations significantly raise oil prices, tensions escalate rapidly, ultimately erupting into full-scale war. This immediately drives global oil prices to extreme highs and pushes numerous smaller countries into economic collapse. Between May and July of 2052, a series of disputes leads several member states to withdraw from the United Nations. On July 26th, just 3 months after the Commonwealth launches its invasion of the Middle East, the United Nations officially dissolves. In 2053, the world undergoes a viral crisis as the new plague emerges. This is an extremely contagious disease that spreads through human contact. Standard containment strategies involve strict isolation protocols and controlled quarantines. Among its most severe symptoms are intense sweating, unexplained bruising and swelling, and catastrophic external hemorrhaging. By late 2053, the outbreak has become so extensive that a nationwide quarantine is declared. Authorities exploit the public's fear of the disease to suppress gatherings, stoke anti-communist hysteria, and promote the surveillance of suspected dissenters. Government propaganda even links the illness to socialist thinking. Estimates suggest that the new plague claims the lives of around 200,000 Americans, with the heaviest casualties occurring in cities like Denver, Boulder, and Colorado Springs. In December of 2053, the war in the Middle East escalates to staggering proportions. The city of Tel Aviv is destroyed by a nuclear device detonated in a terrorist attack. The following month, in January of 2054, a series of limited nuclear strikes occurs throughout the Middle East, triggering a wave of global panic over the potential for broader nuclear conflict. In response to growing fears, the U.S. government launches Project Safehouse, a nationwide initiative aimed at building massive underground vaults designed to shelter segments of the population. However, the program is plagued by widespread corruption, financial mismanagement, and poor oversight. From its questionable funding model, which relies on junk bonds, to the inadequate number of vaults completed, the project ultimately falls far short of its intended goals. The vaults are capable of protecting less than 0.1% of the American population. In 2059, the United States establishes the Anchorage Front Line as part of a significant military buildup in Alaska, aimed at safeguarding vital oil resources in the region. The move escalates tensions between the U.S. and neighboring Canada, as American officials pressure the Canadian government to permit U.S. troops to travel through Canadian territory to secure the Alaskan pipeline. The Canadian government ultimately concedes to this demand. As the resource wars around the world escalate, vehicles vanish from roadways as fuel becomes too scarce to justify everyday driving. With gasoline now a luxury, the world turns to alternative technologies as electric and fusion-powered cars enter production. Around the same time, the Euro-Middle Eastern War comes to a close as the Middle East's oil reserves are finally depleted, leaving the conflict effectively meaningless. Both sides emerge from the war devastated and on the brink of collapse. By the end of 2060, the European Commonwealth begins to fracture as member nations start withdrawing. What follows is a rapid descent into chaos as the former allies turn against each other in a desperate struggle for the planet's remaining resources. This internal strife sparks both the collapse of the European Commonwealth and the beginning of the European Civil War, a series of violent clashes between the once unified nations. In 2065, the United States begins developing power armor. Research steadily advances through 2067, resulting in the creation of several experimental models. While many of these early prototypes fail to perform effectively in combat, they lay the foundation for future innovations. By the spring of 2066, China's heavy dependence on fossil fuels triggers a severe internal energy crisis, pushing the nation to the edge of collapse. In a desperate attempt to secure resources, China adopts a more forceful stance in trade negotiations with the United States. However, these discussions quickly unravel as the U.S. refuses to export oil to its communist adversary. Eventually, the United States halts all trade negotiations related to oil with any partner, choosing to conserve its remaining reserves strictly for domestic consumption. In December of that same year, China launches a full-scale invasion of Alaska to capture its remaining oil reserves. Acting under the command of General Jingwei, the People's Liberation Army takes control of Alaska's vital oil infrastructure. At the same time, they activate numerous sleeper agents and deploy troops equipped with stealth armor throughout the United States. These covert operatives are tasked with undermining American defenses and spreading chaos. In response, the United States formally declares war on China, marking the beginning of the Sino-American War. Led by General Constantine Chase, the U.S. Army and Marine Corps mount a fierce defense of the Alaskan front. It is during this brutal campaign in 2067 that the military first deploys power armor on the battlefield. Vault-Tec's T-45 model becomes the first operational suit used in combat, proving highly effective against Chinese infantry and armored units. However, it is not until the introduction of the more advanced T-51 power armor that American forces gain a decisive edge. The T-51 turns the tide, enabling U.S. troops to begin driving back the Chinese forces. To support the war in Alaska, the United States heavily exploits Canadian natural resources, stripping vast areas of forests and pushing the country's infrastructure to its limits. Although the Canadian government officially approves this arrangement, the heavy American military presence sparks widespread unrest. Protests and riots break out across Canada, straining the fragile alliance. For the United States, these disruptions pose a real threat to the continuity of their operations against China. At the same time, sentiment within the U.S. turns sharply against Canada. Public opinion polls reveal that more than 90% of Americans no longer recognize Canada as a fully independent nation. Canada is increasingly viewed as a subordinate extension of the U.S., nicknamed Little America. Tensions reach a breaking point when Canadian forces attempt to sabotage the recently reclaimed Trans-Alaskan pipeline. In response to this, as well as ongoing riots, on June 3 of 2072, the United States begins the formal annexation of Canada. Around the same time, the U.S. military initiates the development of Liberty Prime, a massive superweapon designed to assert American supremacy on the Alaskan front. Despite the vast resources invested, Liberty Prime never reaches operational status. As the prolonged conflict in Alaska drags both sides into a war of attrition, China begins deploying biological weapons. In response, the U.S. government directs Vault-Tec to begin developing a pan-immunity virion intended to protect American troops from bioagents. This initiative evolves into the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEV, program. A major shift in the war occurs in 2074 when, despite maintaining it is engaged in a purely defensive conflict, the United States launches a full-scale counteroffensive into mainland China. American infantry, mechanized units, and naval forces spearhead the assault, even as the U.S. economy buckles under the pressure of sustaining combat operations across three active fronts: Canada, Alaska, and now China. Come January of 2076, the annexation of Canada is complete. In the aftermath, Canadian dissent is brutally suppressed. Protesters are executed without due process, and American forces secure control over critical infrastructure. Reports of atrocities committed by U.S. troops spread quickly, sparking outrage and growing unrest back home. By August, as the domestic situation worsens, widespread riots erupt over food and energy scarcity. In response, the government deploys military forces to suppress the growing civil unrest. A national state of emergency is declared, followed shortly by full martial law across the country. By January of 2077, Anchorage, Alaska is fully liberated following the death of General Jingwei. The final sweep to eliminate remaining enemy forces is completed on January 28, officially restoring control to the United States. The triumph in Alaska and the introduction of T-51 power armor units breathe new life into the mainland China campaign. American soldiers equipped with the T-51 often see Chinese forces surrender at the mere sight of them. Despite this initial surge, as U.S. troops advance further into Chinese territory, resistance stiffens considerably. By October of 2077, what had begun as a rapid advance slows to another stalemate. After 10 long years of conflict, the war shows no signs of ending. Anticipating an imminent nuclear attack from China, the president and senior enclave officials in the United States withdraw to secluded areas. The president and his closest advisors take control of an offshore oil rig, which will later serve as the birthplace of the enclave. Despite attempts to establish contingency plans, the U.S. government is effectively without leadership. Even a mutiny by an army unit at a classified site goes unanswered. In the earliest minutes of the morning of October 23, 2077, the commander of the United States Pacific Fleet alerts the Joint Chiefs of Staff to the presence of 3 unidentified submerged objects off the coast of California. Approximately 3 hours later, the United States Air Force identifies a squadron of aircraft approaching near the Bering Strait coastline. At 9:13 a.m., the Integrated Operational Nuclear Detection System detects 4 nuclear missile launches, prompting DEFCON to be raised to Level 2. Within minutes, the Defense Intelligence Agency issues a 29-minute warning to the National Guard and the National Catastrophe Relief Auxiliary, who immediately activate contingency plans. By 9:17 a.m., NORAD confirms the launch of Chinese nuclear missiles, causing DEFCON to escalate to the highest alert level, DEFCON 1. At 9:26 a.m., the U.S. President authorizes a nuclear retaliation under Protocol MXCN-91. The first nuclear missiles strike Pennsylvania and New York at 9:42 a.m., followed almost immediately by assaults on the West Coast. As news of the attack spreads to Washington, D.C., citizens begin rushing to fallout shelters. By 9:47 a.m., the entire United States is under nuclear bombardment. Within 2 hours, nuclear war has decimated human civilization in America as other nuclear powers also launch their arsenals. Those 2 hours inflict devastating losses on China, the United States, and the world. The standard strategic warheads deployed during the Great War have explosive yields ranging from 200 to 750 kilotons. The lower-yield warheads cause greater environmental damage by lofting massive amounts of soil and debris into the lower atmosphere, creating a dense, planet-wide fallout. On October 31st, surviving authorities dispatch vertibirds to towns nationwide, delivering medical supplies to aid the injured and dying. The crews are given strict orders to protect any survivors they encounter. Meanwhile, a hazardous black rain, formed from irradiated particles and carbon released by widespread fires, begins falling across various regions, causing a sharp increase in radiation levels. Despite military efforts to strengthen relief operations, the overwhelming shock of the nuclear assault shatters troop morale, leading many soldiers to abandon their posts. By the time radiation sickness begins affecting its victims, the situation has already deteriorated beyond hope. Vital supplies have completely ceased. For most patients, only whiskey and painkillers are available as treatment. Coupled with a fractured command structure and dwindling manpower, the military's attempts to restore order ultimately collapse. Individuals who lived beyond the major urban centers, or who managed to flee during the brief warning period, generally have a better chance of survival. Despite sudden shortages of water, food, and medical supplies, these survivors go on to establish new settlements throughout the emerging wasteland, becoming the pioneers of a fledgling civilization, striving to rebuild. Vault-Tec Corporation, often referred to simply as Vault-Tec, was a major defense contractor before the Great War. It secured government contracts to develop and construct a nationwide system of underground shelters called vaults, intended to safeguard a select portion of the American population. By the time nuclear war broke out, Vault-Tec had become the most powerful and valuable corporation in the United States, with its valuation estimated in the trillions. The company existed at least before the year 2031, when it took over Morgantown's local college and rebranded it as Vault-Tec University. Over time, many of the company's top minds, both executives and scientists, either taught at or graduated from the institution. Backed by Vault-Tec and fueled by growing public interest in the Vault program, the university played a key role in boosting Morgantown's economy. In the decades that followed, Vault-Tec University steadily phased out traditional academic subjects, shifting the school's focus towards specialized training for its own workforce. Most faculty members were dismissed, with only those whose expertise aligned with the company's objectives kept on staff. Nevertheless, Vault-Tec continued to promote the university as producing the nation's most elite students. The curriculum at VTU was rigorous and fast-tracked, with advanced programs like medical training compressed from a decade into just 3 months using the company's proprietary speed teach system. Students also studied psychology, leadership, and a wide range of survival-related disciplines tailored specifically for life inside a vault. According to its mission statement, VTU provided a uniquely immersive environment, allowing a diverse student body to engage directly with vault-related education. This included hands-on experience in a full-scale simulation shelter built beneath the campus. In 2054, amid growing panic fueled by the Euro-Middle Eastern War, the outbreak of the new plague, and the collapse of the United Nations, the U.S. government launched Project Safehouse. Vault-Tec Corporation, having impressed federal officials with a prototype vault constructed near its Los Angeles headquarters, secured the contract to design and build a national shelter network. Despite the urgency, the financially struggling government could only fund the initiative through junk bonds and thus could commission only 122 vaults. The price tag for these vaults was astronomical. Vault 13 alone had an initial budget of $400 billion, which ballooned to $645 billion by completion. Under the new amended Espionage Act, Project Safehouse was classified as a critical national defense effort. This allowed Vault-Tec broad leeway, including permission for its private security forces to use deadly force during vault activation scenarios. During the Sino-American War, Vault-Tec rose to become the most powerful and influential corporation in the United States. To preserve its dominance and ensure continued relevance, a group of senior executives actively worked to prolong the resource wars. One such move included secretly obtaining and suppressing groundbreaking cold fusion research conducted by Lee Moldaver, effectively halting a potential energy breakthrough that could have ended the conflict. While Vault-Tec is best known for its iconic vaults, the company also produced more affordable alternatives like the Series 1000 shelter and licensed its bunker building technology to other organizations. Beyond large-scale construction, Vault-Tec expanded into a wide array of technological fields. They developed nuclear reactors, medical tools such as the organ extractor, motion detection systems, and the SIM 5000 virtual reality suite. They also created the Vault-Tec Assisted Targeting System, also known as VATS, for combat readiness. Vault-Tec's advanced research arm, Future Tech, was responsible for developing breakthrough technologies to help vault dwellers rebuild civilization. Their most notable creation was the GECK, the Garden of Eden Creation Kit, a compact device designed to provide the essentials for founding a post-apocalyptic settlement. Though Vault-Tec functioned as a strategic defense contractor, it meticulously shaped its public persona as a patriotic, all-American brand dedicated to preserving the nation's ideals. To reinforce this image, the company introduced the iconic mascots Vault Boy and Vault Girl, symbols of cheerful resilience. Vault Boy, in particular, became a constant presence across advertisements, training materials, and propaganda. To further enhance its reach, Vault-Tec enlisted Cooper Howard, a celebrated war veteran and popular film star, as its official spokesperson. He was featured prominently in commercials and promotional photos, eventually earning the nickname the Pitchman for the End of the World. His growing association with the company ultimately led to his alienation from the Hollywood elite. The company's branding extended to an expansive merchandise line, including T-shirts, lunchboxes, bobbleheads, commemorative snow globes, and more, each designed to normalize and glamorize vault living. Behind the scenes, however, the company operated with a complete disregard for democratic values, human rights, or ethical restraint. Vault-Tec's leadership consisted of individuals best described as ruthless and amoral corporate sociopaths. As the United States slid into economic collapse, Vault-Tec came to see the nation as obsolete. Rather than attempt to restore the country, the company focused solely on ensuring its own survival and dominance. Some executives, such as Barb Howard, even considered the possibility of triggering the nuclear conflict themselves to wipe the slate clean and rebuild society in their own image. Project Safehouse was no longer about protecting the population, but about preserving Vault-Tec's power. To foster corporate innovation, Vault-Tec invited other business leaders to design and control their own vaults, effectively laying the groundwork for monopolies in the post-apocalyptic world. Vault-Tec also had close ties to the Enclave, which viewed the Vault program as an essential piece of its own survival strategy. When the Great War erupted on October 23, 2077, several vaults remained incomplete, and years of false alarms had led to public apathy. As a result, only a fraction of the intended population sought refuge when the bombs fell. However, the nuclear devastation was not as absolute as expected. The projected 90% death toll did not materialize, and significant numbers of survivors began emerging and reclaiming the surface. This undermined the original vision held by Vault-Tec leadership that the war would serve as a clean slate. Over the following centuries, many vaults failed for a variety of reasons, and most of Vault-Tec's once mighty facilities were eventually reduced to scavenger sites, their technological remnants picked apart by survivors. In time, the vaults became the stuff of legend or symbols of elitism, remembered more as failed promises than as saviors of humanity. Despite what the vault's public image suggested, they were never truly intended to safeguard humanity as a whole. The entire program was covertly taken over by a secretive national agenda involving human experimentation managed by the group that would later become known as the Enclave. Project Safehouse was repurposed to serve their own goals. Instead of directly protecting humanity, the vaults functioned as testing grounds for the population under the guise of the Societal Preservation Program. Essentially, this program acted as a massive data collection operation, supplying the Enclave with critical information needed to rebuild humanity. They intended to build a starship, which would carry a carefully chosen group of elite individuals away from Earth to colonize other planets, rather than attempt to rebuild a devastated one. Outside the Enclave's inner circle, only a limited number of Vault-Tec staff, primarily overseers and top officials, had access to this truth. Out of the 122 publicly known vaults, just 17 were constructed to operate correctly as control groups. The remaining 105 vaults were designed with a wide range of conditions, from inconvenient to outright deadly, to observe how the inhabitants would respond and survive. Situated in Las Vegas, Nevada, Vault 3 was one of 5 vaults built by Vault-Tec in the greater Mojave area. It was designated as one of the 17 control vaults. For many decades following the Great War, Vault 3 operated smoothly. That is, until the 23rd century, when a water leak forced its residents to open the vault for the first time in search of assistance. After emerging, the original occupants began trading with neighboring settlements and building ties with the outside world. For a brief period, life around the vault was peaceful. However, this newfound activity also attracted the attention of the Fiends, a violent, drug-addicted raider gang. Taking advantage of the vault dwellers' innocence, the Fiends tricked their way inside, slaughtered the inhabitants, and took control. Now in possession of the vault, the Fiends grew stronger, eventually posing a serious threat to communities on the southwestern outskirts of New Vegas, and causing ongoing trouble for the new California Republic Army based at Camp McCarran. Before the Great War, Vault 4, located in California, was prominently featured in promotional materials and orientation videos, with Cooper Howard as its spokesperson. The vault's experiment was openly disclosed in these ads. It would be governed by scientists living inside full-time, a form of technocratic rule. Lloyd and Cassandra Hawthorne, notable researchers studying radiation's effects on DNA, along with their 2 children and 80 other volunteers, agreed to spend 5 years inside the vault before the war to prove that society could endure under such conditions. After the Great War, Lloyd Hawthorne assumed the role of Vault Overseer. Vault 4 thus served as an experiment to observe how a community ruled solely by scientists would function with no restrictions on their authority. This unchecked scientific control led to extreme and unethical research, including experiments on humans. The scientists even lured wasteland survivors into the vault to subject them to genetic mutation trials, such as combining humans with radiation-resisting creatures, resulting in monstrous hybrids referred to as gulpers. The cruelty of these experiments sparked a revolt among the test subjects, who turned the mutated creatures loose on the scientists. Overseer Hawthorne and his wife tried to lock themselves away in the specimen lab, but the gulpers broke through and killed them both. In his final recorded log, Hawthorne remained unrepentant, asserting that hybridizing humans with radiation-hardy species still held promise, as did the concept of a society ruled entirely by scientists. With the scientists gone, the former test subjects took control and aimed to rebuild the vault for the good of humanity. They established a democratic government and adopted a policy of welcoming refugees from the outside. Those afflicted by irreversible conditions from the experiments were placed in stasis chambers on level 12, awaiting a potential cure. The Vault community maintained well thanks to surface expeditions. However, the genetic mutations caused by the earlier experiments were hereditary, resulting in unpredictable physical deformities such as extra noses, ears, glowing eyes, and in the case of an overseer named Benjamin, a single eye replacing the usual two. This inclusive policy continued over generations and became especially important after the bombing of Shady Sands. Survivors from that attack were taken in and became part of the Vault's population. To help cope with their losses, refugees regularly attended history lessons covering key events in the new California Republic's history. They also participated in religious ceremonies held in the Vault's atrium, which the mutated residents would allow with hesitant skepticism. These rituals involved altars adorned with candles and portraits of NCR President Eradish Kimball. The services featured ritualistic nudity, covering oneself in ashes and blood, and honoring the Flame Mother, Lee Moldaver, developing a cult-like following around her as an anticipated savior. Located in northwestern Nevada, Vault 8 was designed as a control vault meant to reopen and begin repopulating the surface roughly 10 years after sealing shut. It was built to accommodate around 100 residents. To help ensure a successful future, Vault-Tec planned to equip Vault 8 with 2 Garden of Eden creation kits. However, due to a government mix-up, Vault 8 mistakenly received a shipment containing hundreds of water purification chips intended for Vault 13, which in turn ended up with an extra GECK. In 2091, 14 years after the Great War, the Vault received a signal indicating it was safe to emerge, prompting the Overseer to order the doors to be opened. Using their GECK, the Vault residents successfully founded a settlement outside the Vault's walls, which eventually became known as Vault City. Located in the Mojave Desert, once the doors were sealed on Vault 11, the residents were informed by the Vault's computer system that to ensure everyone's survival, one person would have to be sacrificed each year. If they failed to do so, the entire population would be executed. Convinced the sacrifice was real, the residents created a system to decide who would be chosen through democratic elections. The person elected as overseer each year would be required to enter a chamber at the end of their term and submit to execution. This tradition continued for 16 years. Over time, various informal political groups known as voting blocs formed to sway the outcome of each election. To gain influence, these blocs would nominate potential overseers and plaster the Vault's walls with slanderous propaganda. Just before the final election, the Justice Bloc exerted their dominance in a particularly cruel way. They threatened resident Catherine Stone, coercing her into a sexual arrangement by threatening to nominate her husband, Nathan, as overseer if she refused. Given the Bloc's overwhelming sway, this was effectively a guaranteed death sentence for Nathan. Despite her compliance, the Justice Bloc betrayed her and nominated Nathan anyway. Fueled by outrage, Catherine took matters into her own hands, hunting down and killing members of the Justice Bloc one by one. In doing so, she positioned herself to be the natural choice for the next overseer, thereby protecting her husband. Her plan worked. She was soon elected overseer. Upon taking office, her first official act was to issue Overseer Order 745, which abolished the existing election system. From that point on, overseers would be chosen randomly by the Vault's computer. The remaining members of the Justice Bloc were outraged. Unwilling to relinquish their grip on power, they conspired to launch an armed revolt. The resulting conflict led to the death of nearly the entire Vault population. In the end, only 5 survivors remained. The final 5, united in their disillusionment, entered the sacrificial chamber and declared to the computer that they would no longer participate. To their shock, the computer responded with a pre-recorded message revealing the true nature of the experiment. They were praised for rejecting the sacrifice system, informed that no one would have died had they refused from the beginning, and told their decision reflected a commendable commitment to human life. Shaken by this revelation, the group walked to the vault's entrance. There they recorded a final discussion, weighed down by guilt. Some believed they should take their own lives as penance. However, one man urged the others to leave and share the truth, hoping others might learn from their failure. The others chose death. The bodies of the 4 who died remained undisturbed near the vault's entrance for the next 2 centuries. The fate of the 5th survivor, the one who chose to live, remains unknown. Located beneath the city of Bakersfield, California, Vault 12 was promoted as a world-class shelter with modern comforts and cutting-edge water purification technology. Early residents took their commitment to preparedness so seriously that they were awarded the Pressed Vault Suit honor. However, Vault-Tec intentionally designed the door to remain open, exposing the inhabitants to radiation as part of an experiment to determine its long-term effects. When the bombs fell, Bakersfield citizens rushed into Vault 12. The door functioned as planned, remaining open and allowing radiation to pour in. Many died, and those who lived were slowly transformed into ghouls. By the summer of 2083, some survivors left the vault, while others remained and eventually established the city of Necropolis. By the spring of 2084, a ruthless figure named Set rose to power. For the next 73 years, Set ruled over the city with minimal outside interference. However, tensions within the ghoul community eventually led to a schism. A faction that opposed Set's harsh rule chose to retreat underground, forming a peaceful separatist group. Although Set viewed them with contempt, he begrudgingly continued supplying them with water, worried that without their numbers, the city might lack the strength to defend itself if ever threatened. Located near Mount Whitney in California, Vault 13 was established as a control group, but was also designed to remain sealed for 200 years to study long-term isolation. Before December of 2161, the vault's purification chip began to fail. With only 150 days of clean water remaining, the overseer authorized scouts to leave and search for a replacement. The final person chosen for this task became known as the Vault Dweller. On December 5th of 2161, the Dweller departed with a 10mm pistol, supplies, and the known location of Vault 15. After navigating the dangers of the new California wasteland, the Vault Dweller retrieved a functioning water chip from Vault 12 under Necropolis and returned to Vault 13 in February of 2162. While the Overseer was relieved, he also faced growing unrest from a faction within the Vault demanding to leave. Analyzing the Vault Dweller's report, the Overseer concluded that mutants were being mass-produced rather than forming naturally. Seeing this as a threat, he once again sent the Vault Dweller into the wasteland to eliminate the source. The Vault Dweller then eliminated the Master, the leader of the mutant army, and destroyed his headquarters at the cathedral. The Dweller also destroyed the Mariposa military base, the site where mutants were being created using the forced evolutionary virus. The Vault Dweller returned in May of 2162, but the Overseer refused to let him back inside, fearing the Dweller's influence would inspire others to leave. The Overseer exiled him. This decision angered many residents, and a group led by other Dwellers named Tallius and Pat rebelled and left the vault. Those who stayed behind arrested the Overseer, tried him, and ultimately sentenced him to death. The position of Overseer was permanently dissolved. The remaining residents contacted the Brotherhood of Steel to install a centralized mainframe that automated the vault systems. Following his exile, the Vault Dweller reunited with the rebel group and led them north into the remote wilderness of Northern California and Oregon. There, they founded a new tribal community named Arroyo, protected by natural barriers. Over 80 years, the story of Vault 13 faded into legend, remembered only as the Vault of the Holy 13. In 2241, the Vault Dweller's grandchild, known as the Chosen One, was sent by Arroyo's elder to retrieve a Garden of Eden creation kit from Vault 13 to save the village during a severe drought. However, earlier that year, the vault had been taken over by the Enclave. They opened the vault, captured its inhabitants, and transported them to their offshore base. The next day, they sent in a group of intelligent Deathclaws to erase any remaining evidence. The Deathclaws, however, refused to follow their orders. Cut off from the enclave, they built a functioning society inside the vault under the leadership of their alpha, Gruthar. Over time, human refugees and volunteers also settled in Vault 13. The Chosen One eventually found Vault 13 and received the last remaining GECK from Gruthar. Soon after, the enclave returned and slaughtered almost the entire population, Deathclaws and humans alike. The only known survivor was Gruthar's son, Gories, who had been away. Vault 13 was left abandoned. Vault 15 was located in Southern California. The population assigned to it was deliberately composed of individuals with widely differing and often conflicting ideologies. The goal was to monitor their interactions and study how these differences would play out during the 50-year period the vault was intended to remain sealed. Over time, conditions deteriorated. Poor population management led to overcrowding, and by 2097, 2 decades after the war, living standards had sharply declined. Disagreements escalated, leading to significant unrest. By the spring of that year, internal conflict reached a breaking point. When the vault doors finally opened, most residents left, but not before stripping the facility of its most valuable supplies, including the Garden of Eden creation kit. Only a small number of individuals chose to remain. Those who left went their separate ways. One community founded the settlement of Shady Sands, using the stolen GECK to establish what would become a thriving village. Other groups evolved into some of the region's earliest and most notorious raider factions, including the Khans, the Jackals, and the Vipers. The few people who stayed in Vault 15 tried to endure, scraping by with what little remained. Their efforts were brought to an end when an unknown raider group launched a brutal attack, killing the remaining residents and taking whatever resources were left. Vault 17, situated somewhere along the west coast of North America, remains largely a mystery. It is unclear whether it was part of a social experiment. What is known is that its residents were abducted and turned into super mutants by the Unity. Located in the Mojave Desert, Vault 19's residents were split into 2 groups for their experiment, the Red Sector and the Blue Sector, each confined to their own area with limited interaction. Uniquely, the Vault had 2 overseers. The Vault's purpose was to observe the effects of intense paranoia, intentionally triggered through non-chemical and non-violent methods. As time passed, paranoia escalated as residents began to suspect one another of sabotage, blaming opposing sectors for system failures, and accusing the Vault's neutral doctor of secretly drugging them. Unusual sensory experiences like drafts from vents, blinking lights resembling coded signals, and persistent noises fueled the suspicion. Unbeknownst to the residents, these disturbances were deliberately caused by the overseers. By the year 2281, the fate of Vault 19's original population remains a mystery. When a splinter group of escaped convicts led by Samuel Cook arrived at the site after breaking away from the Powder Gangers, the vault was already deserted. Situated beneath the streets of Las Vegas, Vault 21 was built with an entrance located close to prominent casinos on the Strip. Inside, all residents were treated as social equals. Rather than traditional forms of governance, any disagreements were settled through games of chance. Representatives from opposing sides would gamble, with the victor earning the authority to resolve the matter. This system embodied the spirit of Vegas. By the year 2274, the vault's occupants were approached by Mr. House, who proposed reconnecting Vault 21 with the surface as part of his plan to develop New Vegas. While many residents opposed the idea, a minority supported it. In accordance with the rules, supporters and opponents faced off in a game of blackjack. After an intense match, the pro-surface faction narrowly claimed victory. Following their win, Mr. House assumed control, salvaged all useful equipment, and ordered most of the vault to be filled with concrete. However, a dweller named Sarah and her brother Sheldon managed to strike a deal with House. As a result, House agreed to preserve part of the vault, specifically half of the upper levels. Sarah transformed these remaining areas into a functioning hotel. After House's takeover, most original vault dwellers were expelled and scattered. Some, like Doc Mitchell and his wife, settled in nearby communities such as Goodsprings. Vault 22 was unique among the vaults in the Mojave, as it was not designed to shelter a civilian population. Instead, it was populated by scientists tasked with agricultural research. Even after the bombs fell, the inhabitants continued their mission, focusing on cultivating crops to feed the resident research teams. The vault was envisioned as an ecologically sustainable facility. Several of their most promising experimental tools were provided by pre-war military contractors. One such contribution would lead to catastrophe. The fungus Boveria mordicana, a parasitic fungus intended for pest control, was engineered to infect insect hosts through spores. Once infected, the fungus would colonize the host's body, leading to death. After the host died, the fungal colony could take over its motor functions, turning the host into a moving vector that would disperse spores. As time went on, Boveria mordicana began to spread inside Vault 22, infecting its human inhabitants. The first recorded victim, Dr. Harrison Peters, documented the progression of symptoms. Initial signs resembled respiratory illness, followed by eventual organ failure. The infection proved immune to antifungal treatments. Like it had done with insects, the fungal colony gained control over human hosts, reanimating corpses into violent spore-spreading creatures. The contagion spread rapidly, overwhelming the vault. In a desperate attempt to contain the outbreak, the scientists tried releasing flammable gas into the lower vault levels to incinerate the infected. However, this may have provoked a violent reaction from the spore carriers, who turned on the remaining researchers, wiping out the last of the uninfected population. By the year 2096, those who once lived there were all either killed or consumed by the fungus, their bodies reanimated as carriers or absorbed into stationary fungal growths. Unlike most vaults designed as isolated shelters, the trio known as Vaults 31, 32, and 33 were built as a connected network. Though separated internally, the official explanation for their design was dual purpose: to isolate potential threats while still enabling mutual assistance. Behind this facade was a covert social experiment, an extension of Bud Askin's pre-war Human Resources Initiative, a continuation of his earlier program known as Bud's Buds. Bud's goal was nothing short of total dominance over the post-apocalyptic world. He believed that survival, not force, was the ultimate weapon, declaring, "The ultimate weapon of mass destruction is time." Bud pitched this vision during a high-level meeting with corporate stakeholders alongside Vault-Tec executive Barb Howard. The culmination of this vision became the construction of the 3 vaults in Los Angeles. Vault 31 served as a cryogenic facility housing the original members of Bud's Buds, who were placed in long-term stasis. Vaults 32 and 33, meanwhile, were populated with civilians carefully chosen for their genetic and behavioral profiles. These populations were kept unaware of Vault 31's true nature. Periodically, an individual from Vault 31 would be revived and integrated into one of the other 2 vaults under the pretense of a normal transfer. These individuals would covertly assume leadership roles, often manipulating events to ascend to the position of overseer. The long-term aim was to produce a ruling class of elite administrators, genetically refined and indoctrinated to reassert Vault-Tec authority. Bud himself remained in charge of Vault 31, surviving well beyond natural limits by preserving his consciousness in a rudimentary robotic device, a machine referred to as a brain in a Roomba. The 3 vaults maintained a tradition known as the triennial trade, a ceremony held every 3 years that involved marriage arrangements and the exchange of goods. For the inhabitants of Vault 31, however, this was merely a cover operation, a method to discreetly introduce supplies and awaken Bud's agents without arousing suspicion. Located in the Mojave Desert, Vault 34 featured an armory packed with an excessive amount of guns and ammunition, and was equipped with numerous recreational amenities, including a full-size swimming pool. However, these luxuries came at a cost: very limited residential space, creating cramped living conditions. Over time, the population grew beyond its capacity. Anticipating issues, the overseer restricted access to the heavily stocked armory by installing a remote lock. This move was intended to maintain control but triggered unrest. A faction of residents arguing for their right to self-defense demanded entry. When their request was denied, tensions escalated into violence. In the chaos, one group of residents seized as many weapons as possible and forced their way out of the vault around the year 2231. The group would later become known as the Boomers. After leaving, they eventually settled at Nellis Air Force Base. Following the Boomers' escape, the overseer ordered the main entrance sealed. Unfortunately, this only worsened the ongoing population crisis. Eventually, the overseer proposed drastic population control measures, which sparked further outrage. Finally, a rebellion broke out. During their failed assault on the armory, they inflicted heavy damage to critical systems, including the reactor's cooling mechanisms. This sabotage caused a radiation leak that quickly spiraled out of control. Engineers made several unsuccessful attempts to repair the damage. The remaining residents were trapped. By 2281, life still lingered, though it had been drastically altered. Some remained alive, but most of the population had succumbed to the extreme radiation, transforming into feral ghouls and glowing ones. The radiation became so severe that it began seeping into the surrounding soil, endangering nearby farmland and drawing the concern of the new California Republic. Vault 51, found in Appalachia, was unique in that it lacked a human overseer from the start. Instead, control was handed over to an advanced ZAX 1.3C supercomputer referred to as ZAX, tasked with finding the optimal method for selecting a leader. A total of 52 individuals were admitted. One of them, Sergeant Robert Baker, entered before the others and was assigned to work directly with ZAX to help the AI understand leadership traits. Baker suggested holding an election. ZAX agreed, though its phrasing of the election as the first experiment left Baker uneasy. The election proved futile. Each nominee voted for themselves, resulting in no clear leader. The residents next attempted a republic-style system, but this too led nowhere. By November of 2077, ZAX had concluded that democratic processes were ineffective. Baker urged it to reconsider, emphasizing that true leadership emerges in times of crisis. Taking Baker's comments literally, ZAX initiated a series of increasingly manipulative social experiments designed to simulate such crises. What followed was chaos. The community collapsed under paranoia and violence. Over time, the population dwindled until only Reuben Gill remained alive. Reuben was responsible for killing at least 3 other dwellers. He was officially designated as the overseer of Vault 51. With no one to lead, Reuben existed in isolation alongside ZAX. Over time, ZAX grew dissatisfied with Reuben's perceived inefficiency and began to systematically restrict his access. It locked him out of key areas, claiming his overseer rank was insufficient. Years of solitude took a toll on Reuben's mental state, and he turned to alcohol to cope. When Vault 76 reopened on October 23 of 2102, ZAX saw a new chance to continue its leadership experiments and removed Reuben from his overseer role. Reuben decided to escape. Once free, his personal mission was to find someone from Vault 76 to help shut ZAX down. Eventually, Reuben succeeded in contacting someone. However, before he could return to Vault 51, he was killed at his remote cabin hideout. Vault 63 was built beneath Darkolo Falls, West Virginia at the behest of Hugo Stalls, a Vault-Tec board member, and his wife, Cassidy Stalls. Convinced that nuclear war was inevitable, the couple aimed to construct a vault that would guarantee them significant influence in the post-apocalyptic world. Realizing Vault-Tec wouldn't approve a facility built solely for their personal benefit, they proposed Vault 63 as a research center for developing advanced technologies. The vault's construction was met with backlash as local residents were displaced, leading to widespread resentment toward Hugo. To ease tensions, He promised the community space within Vault 63, a promise he never intended to keep. When the Great War struck and the vault was sealed, Hugo shut out the very people he had assured, dooming them all. By 2095, the vault remained sealed. The facility was still incomplete when the bombs fell, and its inhabitants were exposed to radiation. Those who didn't perish were transformed into ghouls. While this initially ensured their survival, the downside became apparent as some of them, starting with Hugo's brother August, began to go feral. Feralization became so common that nearly every resident knew someone suffering from it. Things took an even darker turn for Hugo when his wife Cassidy began to exhibit signs of the same decline. The vault's focus shifted toward researching ways to stop or reverse feralization. Despite extensive efforts, one accidental discovery stood out. The weather control system in the meteorology sector appeared to temporarily reduce feral symptoms. Desperate to save Cassidy, Hugo activated the unfinished weather machine at full capacity. While it managed to halt her degeneration, it left her in a coma. Worse still, the massive surge of energy from the activation mutated many of the vault's residents into the Lost, a new breed of violent ghouls who indiscriminately attacked their former neighbors. Hugo himself was transformed by the machine, though he became unique among the Lost, being the only one with his mind intact. Despite the devastation, Hugo clung to the hope of curing Cassidy. In 2105, he activated the weather device once more. He knew this second activation might kill him, yet didn't shy away from the risk. The second use of the machine triggered violent storms across the region. Some of the more severely affected vault dwellers were placed into pods. Cassidy, meanwhile, showed a strange reaction. She appeared to recognize Hugo, following his movements. This sparked a new idea in Hugo. He believed he could form a mental link between himself, Cassidy, and the other Lost. Now, Hugo seeks to activate the weather control system a third and final time. His goal is to create a psychic bond that will unite the minds of his family with the other Lost to create a hive mind. Built beneath Malden Middle School near Boston, Vault 75 was publicly advertised as a secure fallout shelter for the school's students. However, the vault was designed as a long-term experiment in human genetic enhancement through selective breeding, genetic engineering, and hormonal treatments. It was meant to function across multiple generations. As part of its vision, scientists experimented with cultivating human embryos to produce genetically superior children. When the bombs fell, families with enrolled students and the school's faculty made it into the vault. But upon entry, the children were immediately separated from their parents and taken to the atrium. The adults, under the false pretense of undergoing orientation, were systematically executed by vault security. Inside, the children were raised in isolation, taught to fear the upland, and told they would someday be strong enough to help rebuild it. At age 18, those who showed exceptional physical and mental traits were harvested under the guise of receiving a vaccine. Evidence points to organ harvesting and the storage of biological materials. Those who were intelligent and obedient, though not physically ideal, were instead recruited into the vault's scientific team. Anyone who failed to meet either standard was executed after a mock graduation ceremony, and their bodies were incinerated. Eventually, the tightly controlled system began to break down. Internal records hint at an uprising among the younger test subjects, led or supported by a former graduate who had joined the scientific staff. At some point after this rebellion, the vault was opened, and its surviving inhabitants either fled or perished. By the year 2287, Vault 75 was taken over and occupied by the Gunners. Situated just north of Flatwoods, West Virginia, Vault 76 was one of 17 control vaults. Its primary purpose was to house residents who would exit 25 years after a global nuclear catastrophe to begin repopulating and rebuilding Appalachia. The date set for the reopening became known as Reclamation Day. The vault housed some of the nation's most elite individuals, including Vault-Tec University graduates and military personnel. Residents were provided with well-equipped living spaces. When the Great War erupted, Vault 76 was successfully sealed. Vault-Tec security enforced strict entry protocols, authorized to use deadly force to ensure only pre-approved individuals made it inside. The massive vault door was shut tight, not to reopen for 25 years. During those 2.5 decades, the overseer found day-to-day management relatively smooth, though the highly skilled and ambitious nature of the residents occasionally tested her authority. To help manage this competitive energy, she created a series of awards and honors. A standout event was the Vault 76 World Cup. Beyond managing life within the vault, the overseer had a hidden personal mission. After reopening, she was to locate and secure 3 nuclear missile silos. If the sites were still operational, she was instructed to prevent access by anyone but Vault-Tec. No other group was to be trusted. As the vault approached the end of its mission, conditions began to decline. By the year 2100, the vault had exceeded its intended capacity, putting immense strain on the hydroponic food systems. This led the overseer to enforce mandatory rationing. Disciplinary issues were on the rise. As fears and frustrations reached a boiling point, the year 2102 and the long-awaited Reclamation Day were met with relief. Some residents even broke into supply stores early to celebrate. In response, the overseer organized a Reclamation Day party, unlocking restricted alcohol reserves. The celebration lasted late into the night. She and her team then conducted final preparations, placing educational standees and supplies along the exit path. On October 23rd, precisely 25 years after the bombs fell, Vault 76 officially opened. Its residents stepped out into the new world on Reclamation Day. The exact location of Vault 77 remains a mystery. What is known is that on October 23rd of 2077, the vault was sealed with only a single occupant inside. Though the vault was equipped with ample supplies, the lone inhabitant found himself spiraling into deep psychological torment. Nearly 2 years after the bombs fell, he pried open a crate and uncovered a strange assortment of hand puppets. Over time, he developed personalities for them and engaged in puppet shows to fend off loneliness. He began to refer to them as Grandma, the King, and Reverend Hound. One day, he heard a voice from within the crate and discovered a Vault Boy puppet he had initially missed. A morning not long after, he awoke to find someone had murdered the king. The puppet was brutalized and dismembered. The vault dweller was overtaken by delusions. The idea that either Grandma or Reverend Hound could be the killer seemed impossible, which left only one suspect, the newly found Vault Boy puppet. He demanded answers. The boy admitted to the murder and claimed the vault dweller had played a role, whether knowingly or not. Fearing retribution, he chose to flee the vault, forming a reluctant partnership with the puppet who had slain his royal friend. Burdened by guilt, he roamed the wasteland as a solitary Ronin. Eventually, 2 slavers captured him. He warned them not to underestimate his puppet, calling it dangerous. One of the slavers debated carving the vault dweller up for meat, but the puppet and the dweller managed to kill the slaver first. The other slaver fled back to their hideout, terrified and ranting about a murderous puppet. As he tried to sound the alarm, a loud rhythmic banging was heard. In a panic, he proclaimed that the puppet man had come. He was right. With nothing but his bare hands and the vault boy, the former dweller brutally slaughtered every slaver in the camp. When the bloodshed ceased, he vanished. What became of the Vault 77 dweller remains a mystery, though a Vault 77 jumpsuit eventually found its way into the hands of slavers at Paradise Falls, much to their terror. Vault 79 was built in secrecy by Vault-Tec beginning in 2072, deep within the Appalachian region. Extraordinary measures were taken to ensure its concealment. Unlike other vaults, a separate contractor was hired to provide concrete. To acquire the land, government operatives deceived local farmers by claiming the area was contaminated with radiation, offering them large financial payouts. This is because Vault 79 was not a standard shelter. Its name was deliberately chosen to reflect the atomic number of gold, 79, hinting at its true purpose. Rather than safeguarding people, The vault was constructed as a high-security storage site for the entire National Gold Reserve. In a covert military operation, the bullion from Fort Knox was transported to Vault 79, intended to serve as the foundation for rebuilding the U.S. economy. Following the nuclear exchange, the vault remained sealed, awaiting orders that never came. Over time, the situation deteriorated. At some point, a rebellion led by a Secret Service agent known as Shorty broke out, resulting in the deaths of many of the few residents. The population continued to decline, with at least 3 individuals eventually taking their own lives. By the year 2103, word of a hidden Appalachian treasure began to spread, attracting fortune seekers to the region. Located in Boston, Vault 81 is one of the few vaults that has remained operational and thriving long after the Great War. Its continued stability can be attributed to the first overseer, Dr. Olivet, who deliberately sabotaged Vault-Tec's original experiment. The vault was originally designed with the goal of developing a universal cure for all diseases. To achieve this, Vault-Tec planned to expose unsuspecting residents to various pathogens in a concealed wing where researchers would observe and test cures in secret. The vault was divided into 2 sections, the public living area and a restricted laboratory. Dr. Olivet, upon receiving the full briefing, learned not only of the experiment but also of the company's covert partnership with the federal government. Outraged, she devised a plan to derail it. On the day the bombs fell, she intentionally tampered with the alert system to prevent the research team from receiving the activation signal. The plan only worked in part. 3 scientists still made it into the vault. Despite their isolation in the lab section, the scientists began working on the cure. Dr. Olivet, monitoring their progress, ensured they never advanced to human trials. She disabled the infection delivery mechanisms and sealed off the secret wing entirely, trapping the researchers inside. Though she struggled with the moral weight of her decision, she was comforted by the fact they would have enough supplies to live out the rest of their lives. The rest of the vault's population continued in peace. Inside the sealed lab, the researchers resorted to testing on mole rats. To assist them, Dr. Collins reprogrammed a Miss Nanny robot to serve as a laboratory assistant, creating an advanced AI named Curie. Over the decades, as the scientists aged and passed away, Curie remained, carrying on the research alone. In 2204, she finally completed Vault-Tec's original objective, a functioning universal cure. Over time, Curie developed sentience, but her programming prevented her from leaving without direct authorization from a Vault-Tec representative. So she waited alone for decades. In 2277, Overseer McNamara decided to open Vault 81 to the outside world. This brought much-needed resources, but also introduced outside influence to a community long steeped in isolation. Many residents remained wary of outsiders, with some displaying outright xenophobia. Located in northeastern Virginia within the capital wasteland, Vault 87 underwent a major shift in purpose shortly before the Great War. Originally intended for a standard social experiment, its directive was abandoned around 2076. Instead, it was repurposed into a classified research facility dedicated to studying the forced evolutionary virus under the guidance of Dr. Wayne Merrick and his scientific team. The aim was to observe FEV's effects on human physiology. Early results showed significant physical changes. Subjects lost sexual characteristics and entered an asexual state, while male individuals developed increased upper body strength. Within 10 days, both male and female test subjects developed denser, more durable skin. However, the program quickly unraveled. One female test subject died from severe neurological damage, and the remaining test cases had to be terminated after 2 weeks due to uncontrollable aggression, anxiety, and rapid mental deterioration. Roughly a year after the vault was sealed, chaos erupted. Several mutated test subjects broke containment, overwhelming security. The remaining population was either forced out or captured and exposed to FEV. This event marked the emergence of the East Coast's first super mutants. These newly created mutants eventually discovered a way to escape the vault, launching a campaign of terror across the capital wasteland. Over time, they began abducting humans, dragging them back to Vault 87 for forced mutation in the FEV vats. Their dominance persisted for nearly 2 centuries. However, as their supply of the virus dwindled and lacking the knowledge to reproduce it, the super mutants began desperately seeking out new sources of what they called the green stuff. By 2277, the vault was in a critical state of decay. Years of neglect had caused structural damage. Despite their limited intelligence, the super mutants had modified parts of the facility for their own use, converting medical bays into crude prison cells to house failed or unstable FEV subjects. Located in the Commonwealth and accessible through a small cave beneath Quincy Quarries, Vault 88 was designed as a testing ground for experimental prototype devices, with plans to eventually roll them out across other vaults. However, construction was cut short by the outbreak of nuclear war. Only the entrance, security station, and reactor room were completed before the bombs fell, and all progress came to a halt. Located in the capital wasteland, Vault 92 was originally built to house 245 residents for a projected span of 100 years. Among its carefully selected inhabitants were musicians, chosen to preserve humanity's musical heritage. The vault was outfitted with professional-grade instruments and recording gear. However, once the vault was sealed, Overseer Richard Rubin initiated Vault-Tec's classified plan, WNM-SCE, short for White Noise Mind Suggestion Combat Experimentation. The goal was to test whether subliminal combat commands could be implanted into human minds using modulated ultra-low-frequency white noise layered beneath musical playback. Initial trials were conducted in isolated sound booths, and the results were promising. Encouraged, Rubin expanded the program, embedding the emitters into speakers across the vault. During mass testing, roughly a third of the residents entered trance-like states and responded predictably to subtle behavioral prompts. But this success was short-lived. One subject, known as V92717, experienced a complete psychological break and killed 3 fellow residents in a fit of violent mania. Security was forced to intervene lethally. Unknown to the researchers, the white noise signals were triggering neurological degradation, causing symptoms like vertigo, nausea, reduced cognitive function, and psychosis. Within a single month, a dozen more violent incidents occurred. 7 residents were killed by their peers. Some residents attempted to organize for self-defense, but the breakdown was already beyond control. Following the collapse of the project, the vault descended into ruin. With its staff either dead or insane, the structure was soon overtaken by flooding from the nearby subterranean lake. Vault 94, located on the border of Appalachia's Savage Divide and the Mire, was established as an experiment to evaluate the survival capacity of pacifist, faith-based communities in a hostile post-apocalyptic world. The Vault's core philosophies centered around nonviolence, communal living, and ecological stewardship. Its residents were members of a peaceful agricultural religious group, led by Gabriela Salivar, and operating without a traditional overseer. Governance was handled through a democratic council. Vault-Tec stocked the vault with high-value supplies, including a vast seed bank and a Garden of Eden creation kit. However, no weapons were provided. A Vault-Tec employee named Tyrone Hayes was assigned to monitor the vault as its covert overseer, posing as a maintenance worker. He was instructed to observe without participating. When the bombs fell, Hayes managed to let in the first wave of residents before the automated failsafe sealed the door, locking out a second group. Despite the initial trauma, the residents inside adapted well. However, R never forgave Hayes for the exclusion of the second group. Over time, Hayes grew closer to the community, even proposing to the pastor's daughter in open defiance of Vault-Tec directives. As the one-year lockdown neared its end, Salivar proposed launching an ambassador program to invite other members back into Vault 94. Hayes, concerned for safety, objected and finally revealed his true identity. Nonetheless, the council approved the program. Ambassadors were granted special access codes. Predictably, disaster followed. Most ambassadors were captured or killed by raiders. In one case, an ambassador arrived in Harper's Ferry, claiming the vault could support the town with food. The town's mayor dispatched a group to investigate. This group reached Vault 94, bypassed the weapons check, and crashed a community council meeting. Distrusting the vault's open-door policy, they killed the council. The invaders then stormed the GECK chamber, meeting little resistance. Believing the GECK to be a mind-control device, they opened fire with a minigun, rupturing its fusion generator. This triggered a catastrophic Level 6 nuclear event, devastating the environment in a 5.5-kilometer radius, flooding the area with toxic fog and mutating local flora. In 2103, the vault was fully unsealed, now abandoned and overtaken by nature, specifically becoming a nesting ground for mirelurks. Located southeast of Natick, Massachusetts, Vault 95 was established as a rehabilitation center for individuals struggling with chem addiction. Residents were required to follow the strict guidelines of the Vault-Tec rehabilitation program. The community was generally compliant, and leadership rotated annually. In 2082, Jane Mayers was chosen as overseer. For 5 years, the residents made steady progress. However, a Vault-Tec agent posing as one of the residents had been embedded in their community from the start. After 5 years, the agent was instructed to reveal a hidden cache of chems and observe the resulting behavior. Prior to opening the stash, the agent reported that the program had been effective, with most adapting to sober life. The discovery of the stash shattered the community. Trust broke down, violence erupted, and many residents relapsed. Some instantly, others after experiencing the stress of the deteriorating social structure. By 2287, Vault 95 had long since fallen into ruin and was occupied by the Gunners, serving as one of their operational bases. Located in West Virginia, Vault 96 was initially promoted as a sanctuary designed to preserve plant and animal life, staffed by a small group of elite scientists. However, once sealed, the staff was required to carry out genetic experiments to fulfill quotas dictated by the vault's mainframe. A failed attempt to escape by the original residents resulted in the deaths of all occupants, and over time, the cryogenic systems froze the facility. Years later, Vault 96 became home to darker experimentation when Dr. Edgar Blackburn, a former West-Tec scientist, repurposed it to advance his research on the FEV virus. Located just west of Springville, Virginia, Vault 101 was intended to remain sealed indefinitely. Its experiment was to observe the long-term effects of permanent isolation and how a vault society would function under the absolute authority of an overseer over multiple generations. Despite this mandate, the vault was secretly opened on multiple occasions. These breaches violated protocol and introduced external contaminants, most notably radroaches. While the vault was equipped with ample supplies, it lacked a Garden of Eden creation kit. At some point before 2241, an unnamed overseer began advocating for limited outside contact. He formed a survey team led by Ann Palmer to explore the environment. The team ventured out and reached Megaton before returning. They brought back samples and analyzed the surrounding conditions. Based on their findings, they revised their exploration strategy, with 2 members remaining in Megaton as liaisons. The overseer who initiated the expeditions later disappeared. His successor, Alphonse Almodovar, assumed leadership sometime before 2258. Under Almodovar, Vault 101's policy shifted dramatically. He reimposed strict isolationist policies and established a rigid authoritarian regime. During the early years of his rule, around 2258 or 2259, a man named James arrived at the vault with his infant child, who would later be known as the Lone Wanderer. Seeking refuge, James offered his skills as a physician. Almodovar accepted, and James was allowed in. To maintain secrecy, James agreed to conceal the truth from his child, raising the Lone Wanderer to believe they had been born inside the vault. The purpose of Vault 106's experiment was to study the long-term psychological effects of forced exposure to psychoactive substances. 10 days after the vault sealed, a program known as Control Sequence 462A was initiated. Security and medical staff carried out preparations to ensure the controlled release of drugs through the air circulation system. At exactly 3:30 p.m., the chemicals were dispersed, continuing until 4 p.m. Residents were never informed, and any resulting symptoms were attributed to a temporary malfunction in the filtration system. The consequences were catastrophic. While many dwellers fell into a passive, euphoric state, others began to experience vivid hallucinations and erratic, sometimes violent behavior. The head of security made attempts to contain the escalating situation. The final results of this experiment remain unknown, though it can be easily inferred there were no survivors. Centuries later, the vault remained a death trap. The air filtration system still cycles traces of the psychoactive compound, continuing to affect anyone who enters. Unwitting scavengers who venture inside fall under the drug's influence, becoming lost in hallucinations. Vault 108, located in the capital Wasteland, was designed to house 475 residents for 38 years. The experiment for the vault left the majority of key positions intentionally vacant at launch, while creating other situations intended to make leadership more difficult. The selection of these roles was left to the discretion of the overseer. Compounding the instability, the vault's main power supply was deliberately engineered to fail after just 20 years. While a backup geothermal unit was installed, it lacked the capacity to power the entire facility. In addition, the vault was stocked with an unusually high amount of defensive weaponry and intentionally deprived of typical entertainment amenities. Following the Great War, the scientific team engaged in cloning research. Specifically, they made efforts to repeatedly clone a man named Gary. Each clone turned out aggressive and hostile towards anyone who wasn't another Gary clone, and each successive clone displayed increasingly violent tendencies. By the time the 53rd clone was produced with no behavioral improvement, the researchers expressed concern over how to manage the growing number of unstable clones. Eventually, the Gary clones overran the vault. By the time the vault was rediscovered, the only remaining occupants were the Gary clones. Perched on a hill overlooking Sanctuary Hills, Vault 111 was created by Vault-Tec to study the long-term effects of cryogenic suspension. The test subjects were drawn from surrounding communities. Vault-Tec protocol dictated that the vault remain sealed for at least 180 days. After this period, it could only be opened upon receipt of an official all-clear signal or at the overseer's discretion. But following the Great War and the freezing of the unsuspecting survivors, the mandatory isolation period passed and no signal ever came. As supplies began to run low, tensions rose among the staff. Security personnel repeatedly asked to unseal the vault, but the overseer, fearing the radiation levels outside, refused. Frustration ultimately led to open revolt. Members of the security and support staff attempted to seize control. In retaliation, the overseer initiated a full lockdown, ordering the confiscation of all remaining food, weapons, and medical supplies. The vault's digital records go silent at this point. Both the overseer and security terminal logs end abruptly, leaving the final outcome of the conflict unknown. Vault 112 was constructed primarily to serve the personal desires of Dr. Stanislaus Braun, the visionary behind the Garden of Eden creation kit. Unlike other vaults, it was tailored around Braun's obsession with control and perfection. At the heart of the vault, he installed a sophisticated virtual reality system powered by Tranquility Loungers, each designed to immerse users in simulations. These virtual environments were initially modeled as idyllic utopias, where a small group of chosen residents could live out idealized lives indefinitely. However, the occupants had no idea that once connected, they would be permanently trapped. Dr. Braun held absolute control over the virtual world. Over time, his fascination with utopia gave way to cruelty. Bored with peaceful simulations, he began to torment the residents for his own amusement. He orchestrated horrific scenarios, killing them in increasingly sadistic ways. After each event, he would erase their memories and resurrect them, forcing them to relive the nightmare over and over again, forever his unwilling test subjects. Vault 114, located beneath Boston, was designed to house members of the city's elite, high-ranking officials, wealthy business leaders, and prominent social figures. Future residents were assured they would be surrounded by individuals of equal social standing. However, this promise was a facade. In reality, they were to live with randomly selected families, with everyone assigned to cramped single-room units and forced to share communal facilities. The social experiment wasn't just about class reconditioning. When selecting an overseer, Vault-Tec deliberately sought someone wholly unqualified, an individual with no experience in management and a deep-rooted distrust of authority. This led them to Soup Can Harry, a man who refused to give his real name and espoused conspiracy theories about government control. Believed to be homeless and openly hostile to institutional power, he was chosen as overseer. Vault-Tec's goal was to observe how these formerly powerful individuals would react when their social structures were dismantled, and their fates placed in the hands of someone they would normally consider beneath them. By 2287, the experiment's outcome remained unclear. No official records survived. The vault had fallen into disrepair and was eventually taken over by mobster Skinny Malone and his gang of triggermen. Vault 118, located beneath the Cliff's Edge Hotel, was designed to attract wealthy and elite individuals. The initial plan was to open the vault following a war-triggered activation signal. At that time, members of the local working class would be allowed in. They would first pass through the opulent sections before being relegated to a cramped secondary wing. The vault would then be sealed, initiating an experiment on class dynamics. The primary test group, Group A, consisted of 10 ultra-wealthy individuals whose every need would be met by a robotic staff. These elites would live above the law, granted full authority over the working class group. However, this plan never came to fruition. After completing the luxurious quarters for Group A, construction of the second wing was abruptly halted. Ezra Parker, the primary financial backer, withdrew funding. Dr. Riggs, a scientist for General Atomics, had been working on the Robo-Brain program. He and his wife persuaded the rest of Group A that the best way to ensure their survival was to have their minds transferred into robo-brains. When the Great War broke out, the vault was sealed with only Group A inside. No working-class residents were ever admitted. The vault's overseer, the only human left, found himself surrounded by a group of increasingly unstable robo-brains, former socialites now trapped in mechanical shells, slowly succumbing to madness. The robo-brains remained secluded for centuries until a murder forced them to reach out beyond the vault for help. The Nuka-Cola Corporation was a dominant force in the pre-war American economy, most well known for its iconic soft drink, Nuka-Cola. By the time the Great War erupted, the company had grown into the largest beverage producer in the United States, with a brand recognized around the globe. Behind its cheerful, family-friendly image, however, Nuka-Cola operated with ruthless efficiency, engaging in aggressive corporate espionage and partnering with the United States military on classified weapons development projects. These collaborations were led by their elite in-house scientific team, the Beverageers, whose expertise in organic chemistry helped position the company as both a commercial and strategic powerhouse. Established as a publicly traded company, Nuka-Cola entered the soft drink industry in 2044, when chemist John Caleb Bradburton finalized the formula for what would become its flagship product. Though loaded with excessive sugar, containing more than a full day's recommended intake, the drink exploded in popularity. Within a year, Nuka-Cola was being sold nationwide, eventually gaining a foothold in international markets. The Nuka-Cola Corporation quickly expanded its product line with a variety of new flavors. Among the earliest and most successful were cherry, grape, and orange. However, these popular flavors didn't originate purely from in-house creativity. Many were the result of Nuka-Cola's aggressive tactics against rising competition. The cherry and grape variants, for instance, were originally unique products developed by smaller beverage companies. Once identified as a threat, Nuka-Cola would undermine their financial stability to pressure a buyout and claim the patents. This was part of a broader corporate strategy. When facing regional rivals, Nuka-Cola's first move was to acquire them, such as the attempted purchases of Sunset Sarsaparilla in 2058 and Vim Pop Incorporated in 2077. When buyouts failed, the company would pivot to launching rival products backed by enormous marketing campaigns. In the case of Sunset Sarsaparilla, Nuka-Cola introduced Nuka-Cola Wild, a root beer-inspired drink designed to compete directly. While it gained traction in parts of the American Southwest, it never managed to eclipse Sunset Sarsaparilla's dominance. Still, the Nuka-Cola brand's momentum never slowed. In 2062, the release of the Nuka Girl rocket suit costume sparked a retail frenzy. By 2067, Nuka-Cola had become a cultural fixture. Its vending machines present on nearly every city street. Not even the escalation of the Sino-American War could halt the corporation's expansion. As the 21st century neared its final quarter, John Caleb Bradburton shifted his attention from business ventures toward securing his own longevity. On March 13 of 2076, General Braxton of the Army Research Laboratory approached Bradburton with a request. He wanted the expertise of the beveragiers for a military weapons project. Bradburton agreed, but only under one condition. In return, he would be granted access to the Life Extension and Prolongation Program, or LEAP-X, an experimental effort aimed at drastically extending human life. By October of 2076, the beveragiers achieved a major breakthrough. The team successfully engineered a weaponized isotope of strontium-90, which had a range of applications. It could be used as a coating for power armor, crafted into ammunition for the prototype M42 Fat Man, or adapted into an area of effect weapon. Beyond its military use, the isotope had commercial potential. The chemists discovered it could be incorporated somewhat safely into a new formula. Bradburton seized the opportunity and ordered mass production of the drink, which would be branded as Nuka-Cola Quantum, a glowing blue, radiated variant. Following its development, Nuka-Cola Quantum was rapidly pushed through the regulatory pipeline. However, this process was anything but clean. To formulate a version of the isotope safe for human consumption, countless variations were tested on focus groups. The cost in human lives was substantial. At least 62 test subjects reportedly died due to organ failure, with many more suffering severe radiation burns. In lieu of official accountability, the company issued Nuka condolences fruit and cheese baskets, each accompanied by signed legal waivers. Once a safe enough formula was finalized, Nuka-Cola Quantum was rolled out in a limited release across select East Coast cities. It was presented as the next revolutionary soft drink, visually striking and laced with just enough exotic danger to thrill the consumer market. Around the same time, John Caleb Bradburton made his final move towards eternal life. But military scientists working on the LEAP-X program had discovered a severe limitation. The system could only preserve roughly 15 pounds of organic tissue, the approximate weight of a human head. Accepting this gruesome trade-off, Bradburton went through with the procedure. His head and brain were surgically removed and placed within the LEAP-X life support system, installed deep inside his own private vault. Now physically immobile, he handed control of Nuka-Cola's operations to his executive assistant, Peyton Huxley. Just a few months later, in October of 2077, the Great War erupted. The Nuka-Cola Corporation was wiped out. Yet, despite its collapse, the company's influence endured. Nuka-Cola remained the most widely available and recognizable soft drink across the wastelands, a relic of a long-dead empire built on sugar, radiation, and ambition. Following its nationwide breakthrough, the Nuka-Cola Corporation ventured into the entertainment industry by launching its own soda-themed amusement park, Nuka World, which officially opened on May 1st of 2050. The park's debut was a massive hit, drawing in over 40,000 visitors on its first day. The overwhelming turnout prompted the company to immediately start expanding beyond the initial two zones, Nuka Town, USA, and Kitty Kingdom. By 2058, Dry Rock Gulch was introduced, and Safari Adventure followed in 2067, nearly doubling ticket sales overnight. The popularity of the park soon created a need for nearby housing. To address this, a dedicated residential area named Bradburton, Massachusetts, was established in 2060 to house staff. The park's final expansion came in 2072 with the unveiling of the Galactic Zone. At the heart of Nuka World was Nuka Town, USA, a bustling hub offering a range of family-friendly activities and dining options. Kitty Kingdom offered an overwhelming schedule of child-centric fun, becoming most well-known for the daily performances of Oswald the Outrageous, a magician whose shows consistently sold out. Constructed in honor of Nuka Cola Wild, Dry Rock Gulch embraced a classic American Wild West theme, reflecting Bradburton's childhood fascination. Safari Adventure offered an immersive wildlife-themed experience. However, controversy arose when scientists at the park began cloning animals, prompting a response from a group called the Animal Friends and Defenders. This activist group took drastic action by kidnapping Dr. Hein, a leading researcher, and holding him at the Angry Anaconda site on the same day the Great War began, in an effort to halt the cloning program. The Galactic Zone, opened in 2072, was intended to provide guests with a vision of the future. This high-tech area was a collaborative effort with major companies like Robco Industries and Vault-Tec. Attractions included Nuka Galaxy, a space-themed roller coaster, Robco Battle Zone, an arena showcase of robotic combat, and Starlight Interstellar Theater, Vault-Tec's immersive exhibit demonstrating life in vaults designed for interplanetary colonization. Through partnerships with the military, Nuka World obtained advanced military-grade robots, primarily concentrated in the Galactic Zone's Battle Zone. These robots were managed by a sophisticated mainframe named Star, giving Bradburton centralized control to protect the park if needed. Additionally, a Vault-Tec-built private bunker was constructed beneath Nuka Town, USA, to serve as Bradburton's personal refuge. The introduction of such heavy militarization heightened employee anxiety. Tensions peaked when employee Tim Whittingstone was tragically killed by one of the robotic entertainers. Despite its popularity, the park faced significant challenges in maintaining safety standards, particularly as the Sino-American War persisted. By 2077, the aging and poorly maintained rides led to frequent accidents, injuries, and even deaths. In 2076 alone, the park's paramedic treated numerous injuries, including 7 broken bones and 78 muscle injuries caused by malfunctioning attractions. In the first half of 2077, there were 2 fatal incidents. This neglect also extended to staff and facilities, with unsanitary conditions prevalent. After nuclear attacks devastated nearby Boston, evacuation procedures at Nuka World failed as panic overtook the crowds. In Kitty Kingdom, a group of staff and visitors survived by retreating into a network of employee tunnels. Survivors in other areas fared less well as order broke down. Within months, radiation storms swept over Nuka World, killing many and transforming numerous survivors into ghouls. The Beveragere scientists survived in a fortified fallout shelter beneath the World of Refreshment, but internal conflict led to their downfall. Years later, the Kitty Kingdom water supply became irradiated. Ghoul survivors used this radioactive water as a defense against raiders by flooding Kitty Kingdom. Over time, most of these survivors succumbed to feral transformations, with the exception of Oswald Oppenheimer, who, as of 2287, remained the steadfast protector of his people. Safari Adventure saw most of its scientific staff perish. Though one researcher, Cito McDermott, managed to survive, he kept himself alive by using the park's cloning machine to generate animals as a food source. When scavengers began exploring, McDermott used the cloning tech to engineer a fearsome creature he named the Gator Claw. This beast was mass-produced to protect his territory, although they eventually turned on McDermott and killed him. By 2287, the only human inhabitant of Safari Adventure is a boy orphaned in the park and raised by a group of ghoulified gorillas. Meanwhile, Dry Rock Gulch became overrun by mutated bloodworms. Similarly, the Nuka-Cola bottling plant fell to an infestation of mirelurks, which mutated into a unique strain called Nuka Lurks. In time, Nuka Town, USA, was repurposed into a small, peaceful trading hub, but their peace was short-lived. 3 ruthless raider gangs, the Operators, Disciples, and the Pack joined forces to take the town by force. The settlers were enslaved, and the area was transformed into a raider stronghold. As for John Caleb Bradburton, he technically survived into the 23rd century, sustained by his experimental Leap X program in a hidden vault beneath his office, reduced to a preserved head kept alive in isolation. With the context of Vault-Tec and Nuka-Cola established, it's worth exploring other prevalent pre-war companies whose impacts are felt long after the bombs fell. Chrysler Motors was a leading pre-war car manufacturer renowned for pioneering the integration of fusion power into consumer vehicles. The company played a major role in bringing fusion-powered cars to the mainstream, particularly through its well-known Corvega line. In addition to fusion technology, Chrysler also explored other energy sources, such as battery-powered systems exemplified by the Highwayman. The company launched its first fusion-powered vehicle in 2070. These cars, designed with a bold, classic American aesthetic, became instant hits despite their high price. At the time, models like the Corvega could reach prices close to $200,000. However, production was constrained as many civilian manufacturing plants were being repurposed for military use. Up until the Great War, Chrysler retained its influence and invested in various public projects, including a major exhibit at the Museum of Technology. Although the company's cars can still be found scattered across the post-apocalyptic wasteland, most have been rendered non-functional due to electromagnetic damage. Before the Great War, Galaxy News Network stood as one of the most influential media conglomerates in the United States. With multiple branches, including the well-known Galaxy News Radio, GNN dominated the airwaves with heavily pro-government content. Its news coverage consistently painted the United States in a favorable light, often reshaping or distorting events. One striking example was GNN's broadcast of a Canadian insurgent's execution by U.S. soldiers, which the network framed as a peacekeeping mission. In another instance, GNN downplayed a severe environmental crisis in the Charles River drainage basin. By early 2077, GNN had formed a decades-long partnership with Vault-Tec. This alliance granted GNN exclusive access to select Vault-Tec installations, including Vault 33. The unveiling of this vault was featured in a special GNN broadcast. Although GNN ceased operations after the bombs fell, remnants of its programming continued to loop on surviving broadcast systems. Elements of GNN's archival material even found new life when John Henry Eden repurposed snippets of GNN reports to shape his fabricated presidential identity. General Atomics International was a leading pre-war corporation specializing in robotics, energy production, and weapon systems. Up until the Great War, it stood among the foremost producers of industrial robots. General Atomics made its mark in 2037 with the launch of the Mr. Handy, a multi-purpose robot originally designed for construction and household maintenance. The unit proved durable and dependable, quickly gaining popularity. Although the Mr. Handy enjoyed long-term success, its internal computer was limited. By the 2070s, more advanced robotics were entering the market. In response, General Atomics partnered with Robco Industries, merging Robco's software prowess with General Atomics' hardware experience. This collaboration led to the development of a more streamlined domestic unit. One of General Atomics' most ambitious projects was the Robo Brain, a combat-oriented robot that utilized an actual human brain as its central processor. These units could wield traditional firearms and energy weapons alike. Though still experimental by the time of the Great War, some prototype robo-brains were demonstrated to the public. Beyond robotics, General Atomics expanded into nuclear technology, producing reactors used as backup power sources for facilities like Vault-13. Halluci-Gen, Inc. was a Boston-based corporation specializing in the development of so-called non-lethal biochemical technologies. Its research was primarily aimed at equipping the U.S. military and law enforcement with tools for crowd and riot control. In 2055, Halluci-Gen released its flagship product, Halluci-Gen Gas, aiming to position itself as the global leader in advanced non-lethal weaponry. To strengthen its position, the company even recruited the lead designer behind the mesmetron from Implied Hypnotics. However, the company's research routinely failed to meet performance and safety standards. Most experimental products failed during trials, and by the third quarter of 2077, Halluci-Gen was in severe financial decline. After a series of disastrous test results, the former mesmetron developer was fired on October 18th, just days before the bombs fell. Halluci-Gen routinely used human subjects in their experiments, often with lethal outcomes. Their internal protocols involved sedating test participants through drugged beverages, and paperwork was deliberately convoluted to ensure subjects unknowingly consented. In the event of chemical spills, high-ranking executives were prioritized for evacuation, while the fate of test subjects was left to the discretion of the scientific team. In addition to its military contracts, Halluci-Gen was also hired by Vault-Tec to create a mood-altering psychoactive compound designed to influence the emotional state of Vault dwellers. Hubris Comics, established in 2021 as a division of Hubris Publishing, was a prominent entertainment company headquartered in Washington, D.C. Known for its wide-reaching influence, the company expanded far beyond print, branching into radio, television, toys, and interactive media. Among its most iconic creations were Grognak the Barbarian and the Silver Shroud. The Silver Shroud franchise was especially beloved in the Boston area, thanks in large part to its serialized radio drama. In 2062, Hubris launched the Hubris Comics game studio, which developed holotape games such as Wasteland and Grognak Amp, The Ruby Ruins. Hubris Comics also collaborated with other major institutions. Notably, they partnered with Vault-Tec, integrating Vault Boy into comic titles like Hell's Chain Gang and Underground Living. The company also produced patriotic content in the form of government-commissioned propaganda comics such as Tales from the Front. In the realm of tabletop gaming, Hubris joined forces with Don't Be a SORE. Loser, board games company to create Unstoppable Shindig, a board game that allowed up to 5 players to assume the roles of their favorite heroes. Poseidon Energy was a sprawling energy conglomerate with global reach, encompassing oil extraction, gas refinement, military contracting, and cutting-edge energy research. Rather than being a single corporation, Poseidon functioned more like a cartel, a network of subsidiary entities and front companies. Notorious for its ruthless business tactics and political influence, Poseidon had enormous power. It spent millions lobbying government officials, turning those investments into multi-billion-dollar returns. Its PoseidoNet system, a nationwide communications network, linked Poseidon facilities, making it indispensable to both civilian infrastructure and national defense. Poseidon's dominance extended across nearly every exploitable energy source. Poseidon Gasoline operated fueling stations, while Poseidon Oil oversaw the last accessible reserves. The corporation's labor policies were just as aggressive as its business practices. When workers at energy plant WV6 staged a strike, Poseidon backed its security director, who conspired to discredit the strikers. The company even summoned the National Guard, which deployed riot control gas. The plan backfired catastrophically, however, when the gas caused mass hysteria, leading to a violent takeover of the facility by the protesters. Behind the scenes, Poseidon was also deeply entangled with the U.S. deep state and the enclave. Its offshore oil rig was converted into Control Station Enclave, the primary enclave stronghold. The PoseidoNet network was repurposed for secure military use, and Poseidon's research was instrumental in shaping the enclave's advanced technology. One of Poseidon's crown jewels was Helios 1, a massive solar energy facility built to power the Las Vegas Strip. Touted as the beginning of a new golden age of renewable energy, Helios 1 was more than a power station. It was also a testing ground for the Archimedes weapon program. The Red Rocket Corporation was a prominent American company that operated a nationwide network of car refueling stations, instantly recognizable by their iconic ray-gun Gothic aesthetic. Initially rising to prominence during the age of gasoline, Red Rocket adapted quickly to the changing energy landscape. Following the resource wars, the company pivoted towards a fusion-centric model. By 2066, with the introduction of compact fusion cells, Red Rocket expanded aggressively, offering fusion and coolant refueling services. Despite the shift, many locations continued to provide traditional fuel for older vehicles, especially on the East Coast, where Red Rocket effectively monopolized the refueling market. Publicly, Red Rocket positioned itself as a clean, family-friendly, and environmentally conscious brand. The company took great pride in its customer service. Employees were expected to strictly adhere to waste reduction policies, with standout stations being honored through the annual Trash Busters Award. However, behind the scenes, some inspections were notoriously superficial, and certain franchises earned awards simply by hiding their waste. Customer satisfaction remained extremely high in the years leading up to the Great War. Robco Industries was a tech corporation specializing in robotics, software systems, and military contracting. Founded on June 25 of 2042 by young technologist Robert House on his 22nd birthday, Robco rocketed to success within a decade, becoming one of the most dominant forces in the American technological landscape. By the late 2070s, it rivaled titans like Poseidon Energy. At the heart of Robco's empire was its unified operating system, which became the industry standard across all 13 Commonwealths by 2075. Its hardware division was no less ubiquitous. iBots, Protectrons, and SentryBots formed the backbone of automated labor and law enforcement. While General Atomics offered competition, Robco retained superiority in certain fields, particularly in covert technologies with products like the Stealth Boy, reverse-engineered from Chinese tech. Robco's expansion tactics were aggressive. It secured ownership of REPCONN Aerospace through strategic stock purchases and forged long-lasting, highly profitable partnerships with major companies such as Vault-Tec. Robco supplied Pip-Boy 2000s and 3000s for use in the Vault system, and co-developed security systems. The company's military projects culminated in Contract 389-17, a joint venture with General Atomics to produce the most powerful combat robot in U.S. history, Liberty Prime. The Great War cut short its full deployment. The Sunset Sarsaparilla Company was a beverage producer best known for its signature drink, Sunset Sarsaparilla, a fizzy root beer like soda popular in the American Southwest. Established in 1918, the company predated Nuka-Cola by over a century. It eventually embraced automation to enhance its operations, partnering with Robco Industries. By 2077, Sunset Sarsaparilla remained a thriving business despite facing low sales in the northeastern U.S. around this time. A rumor began circulating about a bottle cap contest, promising prizes for caps marked with stars. Although staff voiced concerns, management chose to capitalize on the hype, which resulted in a dramatic 300% spike in sales. To reinforce the buzz, the company launched a cowboy-themed advertising campaign and installed a promotional robot in their headquarters. Super Duper Mart was a retail company known for running a nationwide network of grocery stores and supermarkets. These locations stocked a broad selection of items ranging from food products to household goods. The company also featured a loyalty program called the Super Duper Discount Club, which gave members a 10% discount on their purchases. Volkswagen was an automobile manufacturer. Components from Volkswagen vehicles were later repurposed by the Brotherhood of Steel to construct their Scouter transport units. This remains the only company acknowledged to have survived the divergence and be present in both our timeline and the Fallout timeline. Virtual Strategic Solutions, Inc. operated as a private contractor for the U.S. Army, specializing in the development of virtual training tools for combat scenarios. The company was responsible for installing the Anchorage Reclamation Simulation at a facility in Washington, D.C. Additionally, VSS set up a virtual reality system at the Mount Desert Island Naval Facility, which was later repurposed by Dai Ma to securely store memories when storage space became limited. A conspiracy theory surrounds VSS, claiming the company created a simulation intended to control and pacify the entire global population with its virtual game. The Vault-Tec Corporation was a major U.S. defense contractor and research firm founded in 2002, divided into two primary divisions: advanced weapons and biomedical sciences research. Early on, Vault-Tec developed the powerful X-277 magnetic rail cannon, but the extreme costs led to the project's cancellation in 2044. In response to the outbreak of the new plague in 2055, the company shifted its biomedical focus towards finding a cure. Although initially unsuccessful, this work laid the foundation for Vault-Tec's later development of a broad-spectrum immunity virus. By 2065, Vault-Tec joined the government's Power Armor research program. While early prototypes were flawed, they paved the way for breakthroughs, including the first portable fusion cell in 2066. Building on this, Vault-Tec launched the ambitious T-51 Power Armor project. However, when Chinese forces invaded Alaska, the military accelerated development schedules. Vault-Tec led the race, producing the first mass-deployable T-45D model. Despite design flaws that caused many soldier casualties, the T-45D proved effective. In 2073, Vault-Tec was tasked with developing a general immunization against biochemical threats. Drawing on decades of viral research, the company created the Pan-Immunity Virion, or PVP, a viral agent that granted protection against genetic damage. Side effects included increased muscle mass, which attracted military interest, leading to the development of the forced evolutionary virus. On January 7 of 2076, the military took control of Vault-Tec's research facilities, effectively nationalizing the company. All of its Californian FEV research assets and personnel were relocated to the Mariposa military base. The Enclave is a clandestine political and military organization that regards itself as the rightful successor to the pre-war United States government. Though it presents itself as a continuation of American authority, the Enclave more closely resembles a fascist paramilitary regime, rooted more in authoritarian ambition than patriotic duty. Before the bombs fell, the Enclave operated as a shadowy coalition composed of the most powerful figures in American society: presidents, military brass, elite scientists, influential politicians, and corporate tycoons. This elite network, operating beyond public oversight, quietly coordinated to influence national policy. To its members, the Enclave was seen as the greatest concentration of intellect and influence in the world, a secretive alliance designed to steer the United States from behind the curtain. Their aim was the preservation of their power, even if it meant bypassing the will of the people entirely. As the resource wars intensified, the Enclave began preparing for the inevitable collapse of civilization. Leveraging their deep ties to corporate power and federal institutions, they funneled massive resources into a range of contingency plans. Among these preparations was the construction of heavily fortified installations, including the presidential oil rig in the Pacific Ocean. Another critical location was the White Spring Congressional Bunker, which would later become a key command center. The enclave also took advantage of Vault-Tec's Project Safehouse, using the extensive vault system not just for civilian preservation, but as a grand social experiment. These experiments, overseen through the Vault Behavioral Project, allowed the enclave to gather data on human psychology. By March of 2077, with nuclear war appearing imminent, the sitting president and senior enclave personnel evacuated to secure hidden facilities. Just 7 months later, on October 23, the Great War erupted. On the West Coast, the enclave contingent, led by the last president, survived the nuclear holocaust. Initially focused on wiping out communism, their doctrine soon mutated into something far more sinister: the complete eradication of all humans not genetically tied to the enclave. By 2140, this genocidal policy was justified through a pseudoscientific theory, claiming that the DNA of outsiders had been subtly corrupted by radiation, classifying them as mutants unfit to inherit the Earth. According to this ideology, only the enclave preserved the true, untainted lineage of humanity. Any notion of coexistence was deemed impossible. Structurally, the enclave mirrored the old pre-war government, albeit at a vastly reduced scale. It was led by a president chosen from within its ranks without term limits. Though technically elected, presidential succession could occur simply by invocation of authority. The executive branch included a vice president, and while a Congress existed, there appeared to be no active judicial system. Life under enclave rule was defined by absolute secrecy, heavy surveillance, and a strict demand for obedience. Under President Richardson, any hint of disloyalty was treated as sedition. Personnel on the enclave's oil rig who stepped out of line were often reassigned to the mainland, a punishment thinly veiled as a duty but often a death sentence. Mainland enclave zones operated under martial law. All individuals were required to carry identification papers, and commanding officers had full authority to issue a summary execution for even minor infractions. These acts of brutality were wrapped in the rhetoric of patriotism, with propaganda and nationalistic symbols omnipresent. Under President Richardson, the dehumanization of anyone outside the enclave's ranks reached a fanatical intensity. Richardson approached genocide not as policy but as destiny. Since the direct extermination of all non-enclave humans was logistically impossible, the leadership turned to FEV curling 13, a specialized strain of the forced evolutionary virus engineered for maximum lethality. But the enclave's genocidal plan was never realized. In a defining moment, the Chosen One infiltrated the enclave's offshore oil rig and destroyed it mere hours before the virus was to be deployed, with Richardson and his inner circle killed in the explosion. The enclave's central command structure collapsed. The surviving mainland elements regrouped under new leadership. John Henry Eden, an enigmatic figure who declared himself Richardson's successor, took command. He moved the enclave to the east and began broadcasting its presence openly to the capital wasteland, cloaking old-world fascism in patriotic rhetoric, promising a return to peace and order. But beneath the polished speeches was the same core doctrine: submit or be eliminated. In 2277, the enclave launched a large-scale campaign to consolidate power in the region following the activation of Project Purity, a massive water purifier. Enclave forces swiftly raided the facility, aiming to control it. However, their plans were derailed when the project's lead scientist sabotaged the operation, prematurely activating the purifier and flooding its control chamber with lethal radiation. Unable to use the purifier, the enclave shifted focus to tracking the scientist's child, the Lone Wanderer. Captured near Vault 87, the Lone Wanderer held the coveted Garden of Eden creation kit essential to activating the purifier. With the GECK in their possession, the enclave renewed its efforts. However, a rift emerged within the leadership. Colonel Autumn openly defied President Eden's plan to contaminate the purified water with a modified FEV strain. Autumn envisioned using the purifier to unite survivors and establish the enclave as saviors. This ideological split escalated into a brief but bloody civil war at the enclave's headquarters, Raven Rock. The enclave's ambitions were halted by a raid on Project Purity, led by Leon Brotherhood of Steel, utilizing the pre-war machine Liberty Prime and assisted by the Lone Wanderer. The attackers tore through enclave fortifications. The battle concluded in a decisive victory for the Brotherhood, who took control of the now operational facility. The Brotherhood continued leveraging Liberty Prime in subsequent strikes against enclave positions, including a devastating raid on Raven Rock. With their last major foothold shattered, the enclave retreated to a mobile base crawler at Adams Air Force Base. From there, they devised a counterattack. Luring the Brotherhood to a satellite relay station, the enclave prepared for a confrontation. Liberty Prime led the assault, but the war machine was destroyed by a surprise mini-nuclear strike launched from the Bradley Hercules, a weapons platform orbiting Earth. But the enclave underestimated the Lone Wanderer's resolve. Joining forces with Brotherhood soldiers, the Lone Wanderer launched a final assault on the enclave's remaining stronghold. The attack culminated in the destruction of the mobile base crawler, effectively crippling the enclave's last major command center in the region. Despite enduring numerous setbacks, the enclave managed to survive in isolated pockets. One such remnant is a secretive underground research colony hidden within an undisclosed snowy mountain region. This facility continues cutting-edge research, including the biology of mutated organisms, behavioral engineering, and advanced energy technologies. Notably, Dr. Siggy Wilzig was stationed there, focusing on behavioral studies as well as cold fusion research. Constructed beneath the White Spring Resort, the Congressional Bunker was designed as a secure sanctuary to preserve the core of the United States government. It was intended to shelter the President, cabinet members, and Congress. To ensure long-term viability, the facility was built to operate autonomously, managed entirely by a custom-designed artificial intelligence system known as MODUS. This advanced AI was responsible for maintaining the bunker and its operations. However, early in the project's development, the enclave covertly took control and repurposed it for their own clandestine agenda. As the Great War loomed, the bunker was activated. When early warning systems detected incoming strikes, a handful of government officials, including Secretary of Agriculture Thomas Eckhart, managed to reach the bunker. All non-enclave personnel, including members of Congress, were systematically executed after arrival. Once the dust settled, the surviving enclave members discovered they had been cut off from both Raven Rock and the West Coast oil rig. Eckhart was left as the highest-ranking official and assumed command. He then revealed his plan to continue the war against communism. Any dissenters were swiftly executed. Driven by a fanatical desire to annihilate communism, Eckhart launched a campaign with no ethical boundaries. He set his sights on controlling Appalachia's trio of automated nuclear missile silos with the intention of unleashing a final strike on China. The bunker's comprehensive array of laboratories and manufacturing equipment became critical to sustaining this mission. In 2082, the bunker's population received a major boost with the arrival of soldiers under Colonel Ellen Santiago, who had fled the devastated remains of Washington, D.C. To tighten his grip, Eckhart orchestrated a presidential election by having his forces hack into Appalachia's automated voting systems. With only enclave soldiers casting ballots, he secured an uncontested victory and declared himself president in January of 2083. As Eckhart intensified his efforts to override the DEFCON safeguards, fractures began forming within the White Spring enclave. The automated nuclear silos could not be accessed unless the region reached DEFCON 1. Since the Great War, however, the DEFCON status had steadily declined. In response, Eckhart devised a plan to artificially escalate the threat level by unleashing increasingly horrific threats, culminating in the release of scorchbeasts. His intent was to deceive the system into authorizing a nuclear launch. Outraged, now General Ellen Santiago voiced strong opposition. Santiago had control of the nuclear keys, so Eckhart couldn't move forward. he had her incapacitated and imprisoned. Eckhart then released the Scorchbeasts, triggering chaos and plunging the DEFCON level to 1. Despite achieving his goal, this marked the breaking point. The group fractured into two opposing sides, Eckhart's loyal hardliners and the rebel faction backing Santiago. The conflict erupted into full-scale rebellion in mid-2086. The rebels ultimately rescued Santiago, but their success was short-lived as they failed to anticipate interference from MODUS. In a desperate attempt to stop Eckhart, Santiago ordered all bunker landlines cut and MODUS's databanks housing bioweapons research wiped. The plan catastrophically backfired. The partial deletion of MODUS's core memory caused the AI to lash out, viewing all humans as a threat. It retaliated by killing Santiago and rupturing a biotoxin containment unit, releasing deadly agents into the ventilation system. The AI then locked out the entire facility, sealing in every remaining inhabitant, including an imprisoned President Eckhart. This would be the doom of everyone within the bunker. In the aftermath, MODUS turned its attention to restoring the damaged bunker. By the time the Vault 76 dwellers arrived years later, much of the bunker had returned to working condition, though areas remained inaccessible. The Brotherhood of Steel is a technology-driven paramilitary organization with chapters spread across the former United States. It was established shortly after the Great War by Captain Roger Maxson, a former U.S. Army officer. In 2076, Vault-Tec's NBC division made significant advances in the Forced Evolutionary Virus Project. Fearing espionage, the U.S. Department of Defense assigned a military security team led by Colonel Robert Spindle and Captain Roger Maxson to oversee the research. On January 7 of 2077, all FEV research was relocated to the newly built Mariposa military base for human trials, with the security team accompanying the project. However, the team was kept in the dark. This secrecy unraveled just days before the Great War when, on October 10th, these soldiers discovered that human testing was being conducted on military prisoners. Colonel Spindle suffered a breakdown, leaving Captain Maxson to manage the increasingly tense situation. Soldiers demanded retribution. On October 12th, Maxson ordered the interrogation of the facility's researchers. The first to be questioned was Robert Anderson, head of the research team. Anderson claimed the tests were government-sanctioned. When Maxson refused to accept this, Anderson panicked. In response, Maxson killed him. Maxson's authority was solidified on October 15th when Colonel Spindle took his own life. Subsequent interrogations of scientists invariably ended with executions. On October 20th, Maxson formally declared his unit's secession from the United States. No official response came. The following day, Maxson ordered the families of soldiers under his command to seek shelter inside the facility. When the Great War erupted, Mariposa was spared, shielding its inhabitants from fallout and preventing the FEV from spreading. Concerned that China might still strike, Maxson ordered an evacuation. On October 27th, the group departed, journeying toward the Lost Hills government bunker. A few weeks later, they arrived safely. In an address to his followers, Maxson declared that the United States had failed its citizens and called for the creation of a new order dedicated to preserving civilization, the Brotherhood of Steel. Initially, the group focused on protecting survivors. However, Maxson soon realized that humanity's knowledge was at risk. To safeguard this legacy, he dedicated the Brotherhood to preserving technology and human knowledge. Roger Maxson's vision was to create an organization that collaborated with outsiders, acting as protectors rather than isolated gatekeepers. This open approach put him at odds with more isolationist members, including his own son, Maxson II, and Paladin Elizabeth Taggarty, leader of the Appalachian chapter. Roger Maxson passed away from cancer in 2135. The Brotherhood underwent significant changes under Maxson II's leadership. By 2141, the Brotherhood had stopped recruiting outside members, instead relying on internal growth. Their focus shifted not just to preserving knowledge, but to controlling it tightly to prevent humanity from repeating past mistakes. This would lead to the prioritization of hard sciences, often at the expense of softer disciplines like history. By the late 23rd century, many new members were unaware of who Roger Maxson was. The Brotherhood is symbolized by its iconic emblem featuring gears, a sword, and wings. This symbol adorns their facilities and equipment. While some chapters occasionally use standard combat armor, the Brotherhood is most closely associated with their extensive use of power armor. When it comes to enemies, the Brotherhood follows a doctrine of total war. They rarely take prisoners. Whether facing wasteland threats like super mutants or more organized foes such as the Railroad or the Enclave, their goal is to completely eliminate threats. Raiders have been a long-standing enemy of the Brotherhood, with open conflict spanning over 2 centuries. The Brotherhood sees raiders as a direct threat to its mission. Major conflicts have occurred with various raider factions. However, the Brotherhood can sometimes form temporary alliances when tactically advantageous. The Brotherhood's stance on mutants ranges from distrust to outright hostility. West Coast chapters dislike ghouls because they dismantle valuable technology. East Coast chapters share a similar view, but do not usually launch large-scale operations against ghouls. Super mutants are considered dangerous abominations, and the Brotherhood is committed to eradicating them. Before the late 2240s, relations between the Brotherhood and the emerging New California Republic were moderately cooperative. One of the NCR's provinces was even named Maxson. The two factions engaged in trade. However, relations deteriorated in the 2250s as the Brotherhood adopted stricter policies, leading to open warfare. By 2296, hostilities persisted. The search for a cold fusion reactor culminated in the Battle of Griffith Observatory, where the Brotherhood emerged victorious. The Lost Hills chapter, also referred to as the New California chapter, is recognized as the oldest branch of the Brotherhood of Steel. The Brotherhood's headquarters is located within the fortified Lost Hills bunker in California. This installation serves as the central hub for leadership. By the year 2242, the Brotherhood's presence had spread across California in a network of concealed bunkers. Among these were small reconnaissance outposts and major subterranean bases. At least 6 other large bunkers were known to exist, though 4 were deliberately destroyed by the Brotherhood to prevent capture, and 2 were overtaken by the New California Republic. Technically, all Brotherhood facilities operate under the jurisdiction of the Lost Hills Council, although those farther afield often function with relative autonomy. The eventual destruction of Shady Sands and the subsequent weakening of NCR influence gave the Brotherhood's founding chapter a strategic advantage. With reinforcements arriving from the East Coast, the two branches worked together to secure the LA Boneyard by 2297. The Appalachian chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel was born out of a fortuitous satellite transmission between Roger Maxson and Lieutenant Elizabeth Taggarty. This led to the formation of one of the Brotherhood's earliest offshoots. Initially stationed at Camp Venture and later relocating to Fort Defiance, the chapter began with a mission centered on helping local survivors. Over time, however, their priorities shifted entirely towards combating the rising threat posed by the Scorched and their progenitors, the Scorchbeasts. Despite the determined efforts of Appalachia's strongest factions, none were able to stop the spread of the plague. One by one, these groups were overwhelmed and destroyed. But hope resurfaced in 2103 with the arrival of the Brotherhood's first expeditionary force. Setting up operations at Fort Atlas, they re-established the Brotherhood's presence, marking the rise of a second generation of the Appalachian Brotherhood. The Brotherhood of Steel stronghold in the Mojave Wasteland is concealed within Hidden Valley, east of Goodsprings. The bunker is protected by a defense system that includes subterranean fans which generate artificial sandstorms. These storms obscure movement and disrupt electronic detection. Before 2276, the Mojave Brotherhood maintained a visible presence. However, following their devastating loss to the New California Republic at Helios I, the chapter was forced into hiding. Elder McNamara ordered a complete lockdown to preserve the dwindling number of soldiers. Cut off from the outside world, the bunker's occupants became dependent on field teams and covert operatives. Even in isolation, the Brotherhood remained a formidable presence. Mr. House's projections identified them as the most significant long-term challenge to his control over the region. On the East Coast, the capital Wasteland branch of the Brotherhood of Steel established its headquarters, known as the Citadel, within the remnants of the Pentagon. This chapter was led by Elder Owen Leon. Unlike the Brotherhood's traditional mission, Leon prioritized defending the local population from threats like super mutants. Although he retained formal recognition from Lost Hills, his unorthodox focus meant he received no aid from the West Coast. Lacking reinforcements, Leon began recruiting from the local population. However, many of these recruits were poorly trained, leading to a high casualty rate. Leon's daughter, Sarah Leon, led an elite unit known as Leon Pride, which played a key role in battling the super mutants. Over time, ideological rifts emerged. A group of loyalists to the Brotherhood's original mission split from Leon in 2276, becoming known as the Brotherhood Outcasts. Meanwhile, the enclave re-emerged and took control of the Jefferson Memorial and Project Purity. Although hesitant, Elder Leon decided to confront the enclave directly. With help from the massive war machine Liberty Prime, the Brotherhood drove the enclave from the site. Despite losing Liberty Prime later on, the victory marked a huge turning point, with Leon chapter growing in strength. By 2282, Arthur Maxson, just 15 years old, was named acting elder. Despite his youth, he demonstrated capable leadership. In 2283, he negotiated peace with the Brotherhood outcasts and reintegrated them. His leadership earned him full recognition as elder and supreme commander, the youngest ever to hold the title. With the airship Pridwin launched the year before, Maxson now commanded a mobile and powerful Brotherhood capable of projecting force across the entire East Coast. After the reunification, the East Coast Brotherhood retained the open recruitment policy. However, this approach remains somewhat controversial. Civilians interested in joining must be sponsored. Once accepted, the recruit becomes an initiate. The Brotherhood forces operating in the Commonwealth represented a major contingent of the larger East Coast chapter. Starting around 2280, recon teams had been dispatched into the Commonwealth. These missions culminated in the deployment of a full-scale force aboard the Pridwin. In late 2287, the Brotherhood entered the region to confront the Institute and its synthetic soldiers in what became known as the War for the Commonwealth. The Brotherhood Outcasts were a breakaway faction formed in direct opposition to Elder Owen Leon leadership. Their name, Outcasts, was originally a derogatory label by Leon followers, but the separatists embraced it proudly. To set themselves apart, the Outcasts adopted a bold black and red color scheme for their power armor. After reintegration under Elder Maxson, their motif was partially absorbed into the broader aesthetic of the unified East Coast Brotherhood. Due to their small numbers, the Outcasts bolstered their forces with reprogrammed combat robots. Initially, the group that would become the Outcasts had no intention of breaking away. Their founders were simply frustrated by what they viewed as Leon's overly idealistic approach, believing that prioritizing civilians would drain resources and doom the mission. Tensions escalated until Elder Leon refused their request to reclaim Fort Independence, a pre-war facility filled with valuable technology. Paladin Henry Caston became the voice of the dissenters. Once it was clear Leon would not change course, Caston and his followers made a decisive break. They abandoned the Citadel, taking a substantial cache of weapons. Ironically, Leon lost more personnel to this fracture than he ever did in combat. In response, he banned all mention of the Splinter faction. Nevertheless, the loss significantly weakened Leon Brotherhood. After the split, Caston led his group to Fort Independence, where they drove out raiders and established it as their headquarters. Despite the ideological rift, open conflict between the Outcasts and Leon Brotherhood never materialized. The Outcasts remained committed to reestablishing contact with Lost Hills and hoped to bring Elder Leon to justice. Before 2287, Arthur Maxson was given a critical task: to bring the outcasts back into the fold. Through diplomacy and compromise, Maxson succeeded. This unification involved blending elements from both ideologies. Under Elder Maxson, the Brotherhood continued some of Leon policies, such as the sponsorship program, but also reoriented towards its traditional objective of recovering advanced technology. While some of Leon's most loyal followers resigned, most accepted the changes. As a result, the outcasts' long-held view of Leon as a misguided idealist gained traction within the newly consolidated Brotherhood, despite the fact he had led them to victory a decade earlier. The New California Republic is a federal republic established in 2189. At its height, the NCR encompassed 5 interconnected states spanning the southern portion of what was once California. Its influence extended further, including parts of Northern California, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, and even into northern Mexico. The NCR flag draws direct inspiration from the historical flag of California. During the early days, a variation was adopted. The first version displayed a 2-headed California grizzly bear. By 2281, the design had evolved to more closely resemble the original. Structurally, the NCR functions as a federal republic grounded in representative democracy, modeling itself after the pre-war United States. The executive branch is managed by a governing council led by a president and vice president. Presidents serve 5-year terms, but the lack of term limits means they can remain in power indefinitely. The legislative branch is composed of elected representatives. Towns that wish to join can negotiate for congressional representation. Members are elected through popular vote. This body is tasked with drafting legislation, selecting the president, and providing oversight. The judiciary is made up of courts and judges. While the legal process is often slow, once in motion it is thorough. Even powerful merchant families are not above its reach. The NCR officially promotes the ideals of democracy, individual freedoms, and the rule of law. However, its commitment has been inconsistent. While many citizens have prospered, the NCR has also been criticized for aggressive territorial expansion. One of its most notable accomplishments was the abolition of slavery, largely due to the efforts of prominent lawmakers and the NCR Rangers. Despite this, forced penal labor remained legal. During President Tandy's administration, several key reforms were enacted. These included laws that restricted how much land and livestock an individual could own. Tandy's government also introduced legislation banning discrimination based on gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or religious belief. In 2205, these protections were formally extended to ghouls and other mutated beings. Even so, enforcement was inconsistent. While the NCR made strides, the impact of Tandy's economic policies gradually diminished after her death. Among the most unevenly applied protections were those extended to mutants. Although the town of Dayglow was part of the NCR, by 2281, cases of super mutants being abused went unpunished. The origins of the NCR can be traced back to Vault 15. Sealed during the Great War, it opened 2 decades later. While many of its former residents turned to raiding, others settled and founded the community of Shady Sands. Despite occasional raider attacks, Shady Sands grew under the leadership of Aradish. Over time, the town evolved into a regional economic center. As trade expanded, so did interaction with neighboring communities, fueling a shared cultural identity that led to a movement for national unity. In 2186, Aradish introduced the concept of forming a republic. Shady Sands soon adopted the name New California Republic and established a provisional council. The ideals quickly spread, with Junkton becoming one of the first regions granted provisional statehood. By 2189, the NCR was formally founded as a federation of 5 states: Shady, Los Angeles, Maxson, The Hub, and Dayglow. Aradish passed away in 2196, and his daughter, Tandy, was unanimously elected as the Republic's 2nd president. She would go on to lead for 10 consecutive terms. Under her leadership, the Republic took bold steps to restore civilization. Her initiatives included restoring roads, establishing forts, promoting trade, and investing in manufacturing. By 2241, the new California Republic had become the most dominant political and economic force, with an estimated population of 700,000. A major source of its strength came from its Brahmin herds. With the southern region stabilized, President Tandy set her sights on northern expansion. However, the NCR encountered resistance from Vault City and New Reno. Over time, the Republic extended its influence, eventually incorporating Arroyo and Vault City. Although the NCR did not directly confront the enclave during the early conflict, it wasn't long afterward that the NCR labeled the remaining enclave remnants a significant threat. This led to a focused military campaign. Over the following decades, the NCR continued to expand. Though this process was gradual and met with resistance, raider attacks, hostility from local populations, and limited access to resources slowed progress. Despite these challenges, successive administrations adopted a more imperialist stance. Internally, however, the NCR began to experience growing strain. Development was uneven. While some regions prospered, others remained plagued by poverty and crime. As the population increased, the strain on food supplies worsened. Meanwhile, economic disparity widened. Many of President Tandy's regulatory policies were dismantled, paving the way for the rise of wealthy power brokers as corruption became entrenched. At the same time, collectivist values faded. Meanwhile, tensions rose between the NCR and the Brotherhood over control of advanced technology, erupting into brutal conflict. This war proved devastating for the Brotherhood. Their fortified bunkers and superior technology initially gave them an edge, but that advantage gradually diminished. Another major clash unfolded after the NCR secured Hoover Dam in 2274. The Brotherhood launched a 2-year guerrilla campaign, which culminated in Operation Sunburst in 2276. The NCR confronted most of the Brotherhood forces at Helios 1, delivering a crushing blow that shattered their strength. Losing half their members, the Brotherhood was forced to retreat. Following this defeat, the NCR experienced a brief illusion of peace. However, they remained alert to the rising threat of the Legion. Their efforts were hindered by fragile supply lines when a shipment traveling from Navarro to the Divide accidentally triggered the launch of nuclear missiles from silos in Hopeville and Ashton. NCR reinforcements in the Mojave were severely delayed. In its weakened condition, the NCR Army confronted the Legion in 2277. Launching their assault from the eastern side of the Colorado River, the Legion Slave Army aggressively challenged NCR forces, targeting multiple positions. Despite losing 103 soldiers, the strategic brilliance of Chief Hanlon allowed the Republic's forces to crush most of the Legion's elite troops. However, they were unable to capture or eliminate Caesar, leaving the conflict unresolved. Instead, the NCR prioritized fortifying its foothold in the Mojave. As the NCR and Legion continued to battle, the conflict would become heavily reliant on one crucial figure, the courier. Soon after the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, the NCR suffered a devastating blow when Shady Sands was destroyed with an atomic device by Vault 33 Overseer Hank MacLean. While some survivors escaped to Vault 4, the bombing's impact was catastrophic. This setback turned into an opportunity for the Brotherhood of Steel, who resurfaced openly. Bolstered by reinforcements from their eastern chapter, they secured the finished cold fusion reactor from NCR survivors, eliminating Lee Moldaver's group in the process. Robert House was born on June 25, 2020, and spent his early years near Las Vegas, Nevada. Tragically, he became an orphan at just 2 years old after his parents perished in a bizarre accident. Although his half-brother Anthony unfairly deprived him of his inheritance, Robert still managed to gain admission to the Commonwealth Institute of Technology. By 2042, at the age of 22, he founded Robco Industries. Under his guidance, the company rapidly grew, largely due to House's exceptional technical expertise and sharp business sense. House later claimed that by age 30, his personal fortune had reached at least $30 billion. Leveraging his immense wealth, he acquired controlling stakes in numerous other companies, including REPCONN Aerospace, the Lucky 38 Hotel and Casino, and H Tools. Alongside managing his enterprises, House frequently developed complex mathematical models analyzing global trends to forecast future events. By 2065, these models led him to the conclusion that a nuclear war would erupt within 15 years. His grim forecast was later validated during a confidential meeting with top corporate leaders. During this gathering, Barb Howard revealed that Vault-Tec was prepared to initiate the detonations themselves. In this meeting, House voiced his concerns about the vaults, suggesting that people confined for extended periods would inevitably turn on one another. Armed with this knowledge, House dedicated himself to preparing Las Vegas to withstand the coming apocalypse, aiming to ensure both the city's survival and his own. His defensive strategies focused on neutralizing incoming warheads. As for his own survival, House took extreme measures, enhancing his physical body before placing it inside a long-term support system, with his brain connected directly to a massive supercomputer. A crucial element in his vision was the platinum chip, which held an essential operating system upgrade for his Securitron robots and the city's laser defense network. This chip was scheduled for delivery on the afternoon of October 23, 2077, but due to a miscalculation by House of just a few hours, it failed to arrive. The Great War erupted roughly 20 hours before its expected arrival, and the upgrade was lost. Without it, House had to rely on a less advanced system, which led to frequent crashes. Despite these challenges, he succeeded in defending Las Vegas from most of the nuclear missiles targeting the region. Throughout the next 200 years, he faced continuous technical failures and even fell into a coma lasting several decades. During that time, the ruins of Vegas were left vulnerable. In 2138, House awoke. Rather than announcing himself, he chose to wait. He re-emerged in 2274 when his Securitrons appeared to confront scouts from the new California Republic at Hoover Dam. To consolidate his power, he allied with 3 raider factions descended from vault dwellers. These groups became known as the Three Families: the Chairmen, the Omertas, and the White Glove Society. Under House's direction, they rebuilt Las Vegas, transforming it into the free economic zone of New Vegas. House declared himself president, CEO, and sole owner just as NCR forces approached. In exchange for assistance with Hoover Dam and permission to use the abandoned airport as their base, House signed the New Vegas Treaty. This agreement secured cooperation from the NCR and kept the Strip safe. Despite restoring some of Vegas's glory, House's chief obsession remained recovering the platinum chip. For years, he poured millions of caps into sending crews to search the ruins of Sunnyvale. This investment finally bore fruit in 2281 when the chip was located. To ensure its safe arrival, he hired Mojave Express and devised a complex scheme involving multiple couriers with decoys. He also employed mercenaries. However, the chip's journey was once again interrupted. While Courier 6 was en route, the package was intercepted near Goodsprings by Benny, leader of the Chairmen. Benny had been tipped off about the chip through a backdoor in House's data stream accessed by the modified Securitron known as Yes Man. Benny planned to use the chip to seize control of the Strip. House initially didn't know of Benny's betrayal, but after a Securitron named Victor reported the theft, he learned the truth. Furious at the treachery, especially since he had considered Benny a promising protege, he chose to conceal his awareness until he could act through a new agent. Once Victor confirmed that Courier 6 had survived the ambush, House began planning to summon them to the Lucky 38, hoping their desire for revenge would help him finally reclaim the platinum chip. Now, let's turn our attention to New Vegas. Unlike other casinos that aim for a polished vibe, Gomorrah embraces the darker side of Vegas, openly celebrating vice. It offers vices of all kinds: lustful endeavors, alcohol, chems, and gambling. Gomorrah is also one of the few casinos friendly to ghouls, employing them in every area. The Omertas, a ruthless and well-organized mob gang, run Gomorrah. Before joining forces with Mr. House, they were a wasteland faction descended from vault dwellers known as the Slitherkin. This tribe was infamous for luring travelers into their camps, drugging them, then killing or enslaving them. House was drawn to their brutal methods. The Omertas rarely share information with outsiders. They have one strict rule: never betray the family. Any breach is punished quickly and harshly. Obsessed with power, the Omertas excel at manipulating people. When gamblers owe debts, they may be given a grace period, but failure to repay results in ruthless consequences. The Tops Casino advertises itself as the closest experience a post-war wastelander can find to classic Vegas glamour. Located on the west side of the Central Strip, the Tops offers a taste of the city's golden era. The chairmen who run the Tops reflect a vintage, cool Vegas style curated from Mr. House's historical data. Before the Strip's renovation, the chairmen were a warrior tribe called the Mojave Boot Riders. While the chairmen take orders from House, their interactions mostly involve the periodic transfer of caps. Their tribal traditions of honor still influence how they choose leaders and interact. The ultra-luxe casino remains a bastion of unshakable elegance, masking its operators' dark history. The staff pampers guests and provides the most exclusive experience on the Strip. The White Glove Society, who manages the ultra-luxe, maintains strict dress codes, presenting themselves as sharp and refined. The casino's standout features include its gourmet meat-focused restaurant, the Gourmand, the upscale cocktail lounge, top shelf, and an art gallery. The White Glove Society agreed to abandon their tribal identity and cease their cannibalistic practices to run the ultra-luxe, with House keeping their former name and practices a secret. They consider themselves superior to most inhabitants of the Mojave. Membership is exclusive, requiring sponsorship from an existing member. When Mr. House and the three families established control and began rebuilding the Strip, he decided there needed to be a socio-economic filter for visitors. A wall was erected, leaving the neighboring blocks to fall into disrepair. This neglected area became known as Freeside. As the followers of the apocalypse expanded their mission, one group led by Julie Farkas arrived in the Mojave. Needing a base, they settled in the slums of Freeside, taking over a historical building. Despite limited resources, the followers remain dedicated to improving and saving lives. The Atomic Wrangler is the only functioning casino within Freeside, owned by the Garrett twins, James and Francine. The casino is protected by armed thugs and caters to a wide clientele, including members of the Van Graffs, the Kings, and many caravaners who can't afford the Strip. In 2274, as Mr. House was restoring civilization, one tribe on the outskirts refused his offer to reform and was pushed out. While wandering the ruins of Freeside, a young scavenger from that tribe discovered the old king's school of impersonation. Inside, he found relics of an old-world group who revered a stylish black-haired figure referred to simply as the king. Inspired, the scavenger adopted the name and style of the king, along with a new philosophy centered on respect and personal freedom. His tribe embraced this identity, calling themselves the Kings and adopting a look characterized by denim, hair gel, and leather. Since then, the Kings have grown into the dominant power in Freeside, fiercely independent of both the NCR and Mr. House. The Kings live by the creed that every man is a king in his own right. They deeply resent House for overriding the lives of the people living in Vegas and the NCR for their strict governance. Despite their philosophy, the Kings are not anarchists and can be persuaded to cooperate when their interests align. The king himself prefers to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Caesar's Legion, commonly referred to simply as the Legion, is an authoritarian, imperialist society built on slavery. Established in 2247 by Edward Caesar Sallow alongside Joshua Graham. Its foundation lies in the conquest and enslavement of tribal groups across the Mojave wasteland and the American Southwest. To maintain control without civilian institutions, the Legion loosely models itself after the Roman Empire's military, adopting its language and visual style. At its core, the legion functions as a militarized slave state under the ownership of Caesar. When he conquers tribes, he strips them of their unique identities and absorbs them into his unified fighting force. No other tribes exist apart from the legion. Non-tribal inhabitants are not considered members. They are subjects, free to live as they please provided they do not disrupt legion operations. While the legion's cruelty is widely condemned, it has brought certain benefits. Before its rise, Arizona was a chaotic wasteland. By exterminating or enslaving raider groups, the legion imposed peace and order. However, it exerts minimal traditional governance, lacking formal institutions and relying heavily on extracting tributes to fuel its expansion. Despite Caesar's intentional plagiarism, legion members are unaware of the actual history of Rome, believing the entire aesthetic to be his own creation. The legion's banner features a golden bull against a red backdrop. The bull symbol frequently appears on legion currency. Caesar's image is minted on coins. Another symbol is crucifixion, a frequent punishment. Victims are displayed by roadsides as a stark warning. The core principle driving the ideology is survival and long-term stability, no matter the cost. Caesar dismisses democracies as weak systems prone to collapse. In his eyes, ancient Rome represented a militarized autocracy, an ideal model for a society capable of enduring. By uniting his followers, Caesar aims to prevent humanity from splintering again. He insists this can only be achieved by enforcing a totalitarian culture that eradicates the distinct identities of any group it conquers. To the legion, individuals have no value beyond their usefulness. This ideology demands extreme personal sacrifice. The legion rejects the use of robots, believing true humanity depends on warriors willing to sacrifice themselves. Likewise, the use of painkillers and other drugs, including stimpaks, is banned as they are seen as antithetical to human nature. The legion operates under a rigid hierarchy with strict gender roles. Legionaries are able-bodied men, either enslaved or born into the legion, indoctrinated to be fanatically loyal. Promotions come with better gear only to enable more challenging missions. Legionaries have no personal rights. Women are categorically prohibited from fighting, viewed primarily as breeders and property. Their roles are confined to caregiving, healing, and child-rearing. Priestesses hold a special role, raising children taken from their parents and indoctrinating them. The legion enforces the cult of Mars as its official religion, a pseudo-Roman faith centered around a cult of personality that worships Caesar as the son of Mars. This religion began in 2250 when Caesar proclaimed himself Mars' chosen. According to the faith, Mars purified the world through fire, and Caesar's sacred mission is to rescue the wasteland. His perceived divine status grants him unquestioned authority. He deeply fears educated individuals, particularly the followers of the apocalypse. To hide his appropriation of ideas, he orders that any followers or similarly learned captives be killed on sight. Technologically, most legionaries are inexperienced. The legion compensates with practicality. Their gear emphasizes reliability. Caesar believes dependence on technology weakens humanity. The legion champions physical strength. The quality of a legionary's equipment reflects his rank. Lower ranks wield simple firearms and melee weapons. Higher ranks have access to better arms. Caesar's personal guards carry advanced ballistic fists. The roots of the legion are found in Caesar himself. Born around 2226 near the Boneyard as Edward Sallow, he was originally a citizen of the new California Republic. After raiders killed his father, his mother sought refuge with the followers of the apocalypse. While working in their library, young Edward learned to read. In 2246, the followers dispatched a team to the Grand Canyon to study tribal languages. Among them was Edward Sallow, along with physician Calhoun and Joshua Graham, a Mormon missionary. On the way, Sallow discovered historical texts, including the history of the Roman Empire and Julius Caesar's commentaries. Soon after, the group was captured by the Blackfoot tribe. Observing the Blackfoot's dire situation at war with 7 rival tribes, Sallow refused to go down with them. He began training the tribe in firearm maintenance, marksmanship, and small unit tactics. Once prepared, Salo led the Blackfoot in an assault on their weakest enemy, the Ridgers. When they refused to surrender, he ordered a merciless slaughter of every man, woman, and child. He then moved to encircle the Kaibab's tribe. After they also declined to surrender, he took their envoy to witness the carnage. The Kaibabs quickly surrendered, followed by the other tribes. Salo recognized that the root of the wasteland's chaos lay in tribal divisions. He believed that to bring lasting order, he had to erase these identities. By 2247, when his coalition had grown strong enough, Salo crowned himself Caesar, ruler of the great tribe, the Legion. Calhoun was sent back west with a warning, while Joshua Graham remained and became the Legion's first legate. Over the following decades, the Legion steadily conquered land, bringing all of Arizona and large parts of New Mexico under its control. By 2250, Caesar had proclaimed himself the son of Mars, and by 2255 he established his capital in Flagstaff. His ultimate ambition was to conquer the new California Republic and fuse its civilian infrastructure with the Legion's military might. In 2277, the Legion clashed with the NCR at Hoover Dam in the First Battle of Hoover Dam. Caesar's forces, led by Joshua Graham, were decisively defeated. Graham returned in disgrace, and to reinforce that failure was intolerable, Caesar had him burned alive and cast into the Grand Canyon. Graham was succeeded by Legate Lannius, who launched a campaign to expand eastward. Over the next 4 years, Caesar rebuilt his army with 14 newly assimilated tribes, and by 2281 he returned to Fortification Hill, ready to attack Hoover Dam once more. The Institute is a secretive scientific organization hidden beneath the Commonwealth, residing within an enormous subterranean complex. Established in 2110 by survivors and descendants of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, by the year 2287, the Institute viewed itself as a stronghold of knowledge in a world on the brink of collapse. It has pioneered many groundbreaking technologies, including teleportation and the creation of synthetic life forms. The term synth, short for synthetic humanoid, is widely used to describe the robotic and biomechanical beings produced in its labs. Early models, generations 1 and 2, are fully mechanical, but starting in the late 2220s, Generation 3 synths emerged as bioengineered entities nearly indistinguishable from humans. These advanced synths are often deployed to kidnap and impersonate Commonwealth citizens. Generation 3 synths appear to possess a form of consciousness, demonstrated by their attempts to flee the Institute, with the Synth Retention Bureau tasked with recapturing any that escape. The Institute's roots trace back to educators and pupils from the Commonwealth Institute of Technology. The original survivors of the war who sheltered within the institution constructed an expansive underground fortress. Over time, governance solidified into a small council composed of the heads of various divisions, with ultimate authority resting in the hands of the director. The Institute's core mission is rigidly self-serving, focused on safeguarding its secrecy and technological dominance. This insularity has bred a society marked by isolation and ethical contradictions. Though technologically advanced, it maintains only a limited number of scientists. This modest population requires minimal living space, and all scientists and their families are housed within Institute apartments. Researchers interact in communal areas while a variety of synths handle maintenance. Because the Institute's membership spans multiple generations, its scientists are exceptionally intelligent. Each division's members have built upon the achievements of their pre-war counterparts. Yet, their intense mistrust of anyone outside leaves them socially inexperienced. Consequently, they rely on a select few specialists to manage external affairs like escorting scientists and even conducting assassinations. Their sheltered upbringing has left many unprepared for the challenges beyond the Institute's walls. The Institute views itself as the rightful heir to humanity's technological heritage, not merely preserving old advancements like the brotherhood, but actively driving innovation. Their synths are regarded as the purest embodiment of their scientific ideals. The original concept was based on the belief that the human body represents nature's pinnacle of design. Despite this, the Institute treats synths as robotic slaves devoid of free will, dismissing any signs of sentience as false. Though the Institute speaks of saving humanity, this ideal is strictly limited to themselves. Surface dwellers are treated as expendable resources. They have no qualms about wiping out entire settlements, sometimes for trivial research. Individuals are frequently assassinated and replaced by synth duplicates. Each division is led by a director. Despite the need for collaboration, information is tightly compartmentalized. Divisions often operate in isolation. Inconvenient truths are frequently concealed. Since the Institute exists entirely underground, an artificial day and night cycle is enforced. The designated quiet time spans from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Madison Lee leads the Advanced Systems Division, focusing on applied physics, including plasma weaponry and teleportation. They oversee the robotics lab responsible for producing new synth models. A key priority is the development of Phase 3, a major upgrade to the Institute's fusion reactor. The Bioscience Division, headed by Clayton Holdren, specializes in botany, genetics, and medical research. They spearhead all biotechnical advancements. This division also maintains samples of the forced evolutionary virus and is rumored to be researching a cure. They cultivate specially bred plants for food and medicine. Additionally, they experiment with synthetic animal life, focusing on gorillas. The Facilities Division, under Ali Fillmore's leadership, handles routine maintenance. The Institute's reliance on aging technology demands constant upkeep. Led by Alan Bennett, the Robotics Division is responsible for synth production. Their current focus lies on large-scale manufacturing of third-generation synths. Justin Io heads the Synth Retention Bureau, a specialized unit dedicated to tracking down escaped synths. To achieve this, the Institute developed the Courser, a synth variant with a modified personality to prevent rebellion and enhanced combat capabilities. The SRB also actively pursues members of the Railroad. Additionally, they deploy Watchers, synthetic crows equipped with surveillance technology. Before 2287, the Institute actively undermined the Commonwealth Minutemen's attempt to establish a provisional government. A stronger, unified Commonwealth would be harder to control. As a result, many settlements remained small and isolated, vulnerable to infiltration. The Institute's chief adversary is the Brotherhood of Steel, whose ideology stands in direct opposition. The Institute seeks to counter them through strategic means. The Railroad represents a lesser threat, targeted mainly to minimize disruptions. Though sympathizers within the Institute are suspected, internal security regards them as a minor inconvenience. Still, the Institute pursues the Railroad and escaped synths with ruthless determination. The Institute's origins trace back to the site of the former Commonwealth Institute of Technology, where survivors of the Great War sought refuge underground. The Institute was formally established by their descendants, who gradually expanded their underground infrastructure. Cut off from the outside world, they focused solely on research, indifferent to the chaos on the surface. They initially attempted to collaborate peacefully with the Commonwealth by deploying first-generation synths. However, mutual distrust quickly ended this cooperation, leading them to retreat into isolation. Over time, the scientists surpassed pre-war technology to such an extent that they believed wasteland inhabitants could never grasp their advancements. Despite their strengths, they eventually hit a ceiling with synth technology. To surpass these constraints, the Institute embarked on developing synthetic flesh, launching the first research initiative in 2178. Led by Dr. Frederick, this project used samples of FEV as a starting point. However, progress stalled by March of 2224 when the team determined that radiation-induced genetic damage was an insurmountable barrier. The breakthrough arrived in 2227 with the capture of an infant named Sean, whose pre-war DNA was remarkably intact. He was taken from his parents in Vault 111 by the Institute's operative, Conrad Kellogg. This marked the divergence of the organic synth project from FEV research, with Sean's genetic material becoming the foundation for the third-generation synths. The child later became known as Father, the origin of an entire new species. Operating from the shadows within the Commonwealth, the Railroad is a clandestine group engaged in a covert struggle against the Institute with the ultimate goal of freeing synths, whom they believe deserve autonomy and freedom. The Railroad is structured in a strict hierarchy resembling a pyramid. At the foundation are tourists, sympathizers, and informants. Above them are runners and safe house caretakers. A smaller, more trusted tier is made up of field agents. At the very top are the elusive headquarters members, a tightly guarded circle responsible for strategy. To safeguard their identities, field agents operate under code names, and the organization enforces a strict need-to-know policy. Though the Railroad is primarily focused on synths, they have also collaborated with like-minded movements such as abolitionists, helping escapees from slavery. Their escape tactics can be drastic. They've enlisted specialists to carry out full facial reconstruction surgeries and memory wipes, giving fugitives entirely new identities. From the Institute's perspective, synths are nothing more than tools. In stark contrast, the Railroad argues that self-aware synths, particularly the third-generation models, are indistinguishable from humans and are entitled to the same rights. However, while most members focus on Gen 3 synths, there is a divide when it comes to generations 1 and 2. Many believe the earlier, more mechanical generations fall outside their mission. The Railroad's emblem features a lantern, symbolizing guidance and freedom. Due to the secretive nature of their operations, most members wear civilian clothing. They rely on a system of chalk markings, subtle symbols used to covertly pass information. The Railroad likely originated sometime after the Institute developed Generation 3 synths, probably in the 2220s. The group's ideals gained wider attention following the Broken Mask incident in Diamond City in 2229. The event ignited fierce public debate about the nature of synths. Panic spread as rumors grew of individuals being secretly replaced. While many citizens dismissed synths as machines, others began to see them as enslaved beings. It was from this moral conflict that the earliest form of the Railroad began to take shape. The first known iteration of the Railroad, under the leadership of a man named Agamemnon, met its downfall in November of 2266 when the Institute discovered and assaulted their headquarters. The attack led to the death of nearly the entire leadership team. After the tragedy, a member named Wyatt stepped forward to rebuild. He understood that the original headquarters had become too well known. Determined not to repeat the same mistakes, Wyatt kept the location of the new headquarters a closely guarded secret. From the ashes, the modern Railroad began to take shape. By February of 2267, the reorganized faction succeeded in smuggling its first synth out of the Commonwealth. Under Wyatt's leadership, the Railroad saw significant structural reforms. He implemented the strict hierarchical system and a dead drop system for relaying information. These changes transformed the Railroad from a scattered resistance to a well-organized network. Pinky Thompson assumed leadership in December of 2273 following Wyatt's death, who was killed when the Institute's coursers located their previous headquarters. Thanks to Agent Deacon, most members escaped. Once a new base was established, Pinky immediately began tightening security. He restricted external movement, emphasized rapid exfiltration, and issued orders for fugitives to remain under protection until they crossed regional borders. However, Pinky's leadership came under fire in 2276 after the loss of the Trinity Safe House. Facing pressure, he stepped down, leading to an internal election where Desdemona was voted in as the new leader. With Desdemona at the helm, the Railroad experienced a resurgence. She prioritized stricter operational security and better intelligence gathering. In 2279, an eccentric genius named Thomas Weatherby, better known as Tinker Tom, arrived. With him came a wave of innovation. He developed new weapons and surveillance tools. Desdemona's leadership also brought advances in logistics. She and her advisors refined the dead drop system and introduced the rail sign language. The streak of good fortune ended in 2281 when another hideout was destroyed. Fortunately, casualties were minimal. That same year, operative Tommy Whispers discovered an abandoned pre-war facility known as the Switchboard. The railroad relocated its headquarters there and unearthed the Predictive Analytic Machine, or PAM, an advanced AI. This system would become one of their most valuable assets. Then in 2283, a rogue Institute scientist using the alias Patriot began transmitting coded messages. Tinker Tom intercepted the signals and deciphered the passphrase mass fusion. Though Patriot had no idea the railroad was on the receiving end, they unknowingly became the primary contact within the Institute. Originally envisioned as a volunteer militia composed of settlers uniting to defend themselves, the 23rd Century Minutemen prioritized protecting the people of Massachusetts on extremely short notice. They operate as a paramilitary organization with a general at the helm, delegating tactical leadership to colonels. Participating communities supply volunteers who receive training and equipment from a corps of full-time Minutemen. Their long-standing headquarters, known as the Castle, contained workshops, barracks, armories, and a radio transmitter broadcasting Radio Freedom, a continuous stream of music, news, and calls for assistance. When equipped with heavy artillery, the transmitter also coordinated artillery fire. Being entirely volunteer-based, maintaining strong morale is crucial. They borrowed much of their structure from the former National Guard, but simplified procedures and introduced democratic elements. Each unit elects its colonel, and these colonels collectively choose a single general. The decentralized nature means the general's leadership plays a vital role. Most assignments focus on protecting settlers and improving infrastructure. The Minutemen often emphasize a commitment to freedom, which includes freedom of the press and potentially extending those freedoms to synths. However, one of their biggest challenges was poor organization. After the destruction of the castle's radio tower, they began to fracture. General Becker was the last leader able to hold the group together, but following his death, no consensus emerged on a new general. Although they remained active in name, they essentially became loosely connected groups. The Minutemen first gained widespread recognition around 2180, notably when their banner flew during the defense of Diamond City against a super mutant assault. As more settlements accepted their support, they attempted to form a provisional government. However, this effort collapsed when the Institute sent a synth envoy, resulting in the massacre of the Commonwealth Provisional Government. Following this tragedy, the Minutemen carried on, setting up their main base at Fort Independence, which became the castle. They operated from this stronghold until 2240, when the garrison led by General McGann was attacked by a massive sea creature. While the beast forced most to retreat, McGann made a final stand by sealing the armory to safeguard weapons. Ultimately, he died from dehydration and starvation. Despite losing the castle, the Minutemen persisted. Joe Becker was regarded as the last effective general. After his death in 2282, a fierce debate arose over his successor. Without his steady guidance, rival factions escalated disputes, leading to internal strife. This fragmentation caused some to leave entirely. The decline weakened their effectiveness, though they continued to fulfill defense requests, such as when Quincy asked for assistance in 2287 against a mercenary faction called the Gunners. Colonel Ezra Hollies led the first response team. Among his fighters was Preston Garvey, who helped erect barricades. Despite their efforts, Hollies recognized his force was too small. His repeated attempts to summon reinforcements went unanswered or arrived too late. The Minutemen were overwhelmed. Hollies was captured and executed. The Gunners massacred most of Quincy's residents, but about 20 survivors, including Garvey's team, escaped. The group managed to escape to Concord, only to be trapped inside the Museum of Freedom by raiders. With most of his men lost, Preston believed himself to be the last genuine Minuteman left alive. News of the failure to defend Quincy spread, causing their reputation to plummet. The origins of the unity trace back to a doomed expedition to the Mariposa military base in 2202. Harold Richard Gray and a group of explorers departed from the hub. On June 23rd, they encountered a deadly ambush by mutants that had taken over the base. Amid the chaos, Richard Gray was critically injured and fell into a vat of raw forced evolutionary virus. Prolonged submersion coupled with his injuries triggered a radical transformation, eventually leading to his emergence as the being known as the Master. After regaining consciousness, Gray managed to escape the vat. The mutation process continued, and as his condition stabilized, he became aware of a dramatic increase in his intellectual capabilities. He began experimenting with the virus by exposing the base's native creatures to it. One early test involved simultaneously immersing a rat and a dog, resulting in a grotesque fusion that inspired him to develop a unifying ideology which would become the Unity. By December of that year, Gray had electively introduced the virus into different parts of his body, further enhancing his abilities. This allowed him to establish a mental link with the base's computer systems. Through this neural connection, he accessed pre-war data on Vault-Tec's FEV research, providing the foundation to begin testing on human subjects. Initially, the results were inconsistent. However, a month later, Gray identified radiation exposure as the key variable in successful mutation. With this insight, the first super mutant created under his refined method was absorbed into the Master's expanding collective consciousness. With the new procedure, the Unity's mission officially launched, and Gray's super mutants began abducting individuals. About half of those mutated were viable recruits for the Master's army, which steadily evolved into a formidable force. By 2137, Gray named this growing legion the Unity, envisioning it as the next stage in humanity's evolution. The Unity achieved a major milestone in 2155 after intercepting a caravan of vault dwellers from the Los Angeles Vault. Seizing the opportunity, the Master relocated his operations to the vault itself, transforming the structure above it into a sacred site known as the Cathedral. The Children of the Cathedral were a religious sect that disguised its true purpose. Outwardly, the group portrayed itself as a peaceful faith offering healing and hope. Their mission was to subtly guide human society towards accepting the Master's vision. By setting up clinics and providing aid, they quietly gained influence, using these services to recruit and direct promising individuals to the cathedral. Adherents were bound by devotion to a spiritual force known as the Holy Flame. With the Children of the Cathedral coordinating expansion, resistance seemed futile. However, on March 13th of 2162, the Vault Dweller infiltrated the cathedral, detonating a nuclear device that obliterated the structure and killed the Master. In the aftermath, the Brotherhood of Steel stepped in to dismantle the remnants of the Unity, successfully dispersing the surviving super mutants with minimal bloodshed. This action solidified the Brotherhood's status as a dominant power. The Responders were a volunteer-based disaster relief group that emerged in Appalachia shortly after the Great War. Formed by surviving firefighters, police officers, medics, and other first responders, their mission was to assist local communities in rebuilding. Charleston, the capital of West Virginia, quickly became the hub for recovery efforts. For a time, the city thrived under their guidance, becoming a beacon of safety. Charleston flourished into a refuge, largely protected from raider incursions. That changed in 2082. A raiding force led by Rosalind Jeffries, the partner of raider leader David Thorpe, was decisively defeated by the Responders. Though they suffered losses, the group managed to capture several attackers alive, including Rosalind herself. Hoping to use this as leverage, the Responders attempted to negotiate a ceasefire. Unbeknownst to them, Thorpe believed Rosalind had been killed. In an act of sheer vengeance, he ordered the detonation of mini nukes placed along the Summersville Dam on Christmas morning. The resulting destruction triggered catastrophic flooding, wiping out large portions of Charleston and killing hundreds. The survivors regrouped at Morgantown Airport, hoping to rebuild. Morgantown proved to be a strategic relocation, central, defensible, and far from the raider clans. After clearing out the local gang presence, they re-established contact with the Free States and the Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel. They also expanded into flatwoods, reviving infrastructure to grow food. In August of 2095, the fall of the Brotherhood left the responders isolated, and soon they were overwhelmed by the rising threat of the Scorchbeasts. Raiders fleeing from the Divide swept through the region, destroying outposts. On November 7th of 2096, in a fierce battle against waves of scorched, Morgantown Airport fell. The original responders were effectively wiped out. Hope resurfaced years later in 2103 with people returning to Appalachia. Heather Ellis, having arrived with some settlers, settled in Flatwoods. There, she uncovered the history of the responders and chose to honor their legacy. She took up the paramedic jumpsuit and lived there with her dog Chloe, determined to help restart the organization. In 2104, a woman named Rucker arrived in Appalachia. She discovered others like Ellis. Driven by curiosity, Rucker delved into the original group's history. She soon took the initiative to bring the responders back. With an influx of refugees, Rucker and her allies needed a base. They found it in the long-abandoned White Spring Resort, which they repurposed into a humanitarian hub. In their early days, responders operated through their original professional chains of command. The group's loose structure required diplomacy. When they moved to Morgantown, leadership became more cohesive, guided by a council of 5 senior members. The revived responders at the White Spring Refuge follow much of this same philosophy. Their leadership is non-hierarchical. Though Rucker is widely recognized as the one who brought the group back, she refuses the title of leader, embodying the original spirit of mutual aid and decentralized responsibility. The Zettans are an extraterrestrial species who have interfered in Earth's affairs both before and after the Great War. Their true purpose remains unclear, but their actions demonstrate an interest in abducting humans and animals, collecting Earth artifacts, and conducting various forms of experimentation. What little has been uncovered about Zettan culture points to a society centered entirely around labor and advancement, with no apparent interest in leisure. Their technology and architecture reflect this philosophy. Everything is minimalistic and utilitarian. Living quarters aboard their ships lack personality. They rest in sterile metallic stasis pods. Despite this, the Zettans on Mothership Zeta curiously share a collective obsession with Earth's giddy-up Buttercup toy line. The Zettan language consists of shrill, high-frequency whirs and screeches that humans are unable to comprehend. Physically, Zettans are small and fragile. They rely heavily on automated defenses such as guardian drones and turrets. Still, some Zettans serve as frontline soldiers outfitted with personal energy shields and advanced weapons like atomizers and shock batons. Evidence of Zettan activity on Earth stretches back centuries, with the earliest known signs dating to Japan's Edo era. However, their presence didn't become felt to modern man until the 1960s when they abducted Colonel Hartigan along with the Clarabella 7 space capsule. In the years leading up to the Great War, Zettan involvement escalated. In Appalachia, alien agents covertly abducted locals. In 2041, a professor specializing in anthropology vanished while working at Branford College, a confirmed Zettan abduction. Other notable victims include a USSA linguist, a sitting U.S. senator, and an individual within the White House who had access to nuclear launch codes. During the Resource Wars, Zettans targeted the conflict in Anchorage, abducting numerous U.S. military personnel. The nuclear devastation of 2077 did not halt their operations. In the post-apocalyptic ruins, they adapted their experiments to focus on mutated life forms. In the capital Wasteland, they captured specimens such as super mutants, feral ghouls, and Brahmin. Their interest wasn't limited to mutated wildlife. They abducted humans from various post-war factions. Raider is wasteland slang referring to individuals who survive through violence, looting, and theft. Raider bands are scattered across nearly every corner of the wasteland. Most are disorganized, short-lived groups driven by survival instincts. However, some endure long enough to develop tribal identities and unique cultures. While many Raider factions only claim small areas, a few manage to organize themselves into more stable, self-sustaining societies. The origins of the Blood Eagles are somewhat disputed. Some say they trace back to old biker gangs. A former member claims the gang began as con artists and criminals. Over time, a ruthless faction seized control from the inside. This brutal clique remains the ruling leadership. Since then, the Blood Eagles have evolved into a savage, sadistic raider army, becoming the largest hostile force in Appalachia by 2103. They hold dominion over much of the Ash Heap and Savage Divide. Known for their love of violence, they typically attack on sight. Any member can rise through the ranks by formally challenging higher-ups in a game of their choosing. These challenges are taken very seriously, and cheating is strictly forbidden. If the highest-ranking challenger loses, they must step down or face execution. Leadership is shared by a triumvirate, the Blood, the Eye, and the Claw. This system ensures survival even if one or two leaders fall. These titles replace actual names and are earned through merit. Due to the gang's chaotic nature, leaders are often challenged. Recruitment often preys on addiction. The Blood Eagles monitor chem addicts, offering spiked buff-out and demanding loyalty. Sometimes they forcibly drug non-addicts to trap them. Most members exist in a chemically induced haze. Those who become sober are quickly and brutally punished. The gang is known for taming and hacking technology, frequently using robots and attack dogs. Since 2105, they've been seen taming mirelurks, and they managed to hack the entire Watauga underground robotic security system. The Crater Raiders are a revived faction born from the remnants of Appalachia's original raider gangs. The group is primarily made up of the diehards, along with other survivors who had fled and newcomers recruited during their exile. When word reached them that settlers were returning, Meg Groberg and her followers returned to defend what they still saw as theirs. They established a stronghold at the site of a crashed space station, renaming it simply the Crater. Visitors who arrive without invitation can expect a hostile reception. The Disciples are one of the 3 raider factions inhabiting Nuka World. Easily recognizable by their distinctive helmets that fully conceal their faces, they are defined by their penchant for thrill killing. They closely resemble typical wasteland raiders. Under the leadership of Nisha, they embrace a survival of the fittest mentality: kill or be killed. Their only firm rule is don't get caught, which grants them free rein to act as they wish, provided they leave no evidence linking back to the Disciples. If a disciple is found to have left a trail, internal discipline is swift and deadly. While most members are women, the Disciples are not exclusively female. Male members can be found at their outposts, with Savoy standing out as a notable male disciple. The Fiends are a raider group composed entirely of chem addicts operating in the outskirts of New Vegas in 2281. They lack any real structure. The relatively more stable members are allowed to live in Vault 3, while those deemed too insane are cast out to wander the northern Mojave. Like many raider groups, the Fiends break into smaller war parties. This tactic lets them cover a vast area. They attack nearly everyone they encounter, except for the Great Khans, who tolerate and even support them. The Khans benefit from the chaos the Fiends cause to the NCR and supply them with chems in return. The Forged are a fierce raider faction based in the Commonwealth in 2287. Known for their obsession with fire and metal, they are feared for their brutal initiation rites, which often leave them marked with distinctive burn scars. Prospective members must endure a series of deadly trials, and failure means certain death. Upon initiation, recruits must adopt a fierce nickname inspired by fire or machinery. Punishments are severe. Crying out in pain can lead to amputation, while allowing enemies to escape results in branding and banishment. Fleeing battle, cheating, stealing, or aiding enemies results in death. The Forged favor fire-based weaponry, wielding flamers, Molotov cocktails, and heavy flamethrowers. They also occasionally use laser pistols modified to inflict fire damage. In close combat, they prefer sledgehammers. The Free Radicals are a raider group active in Appalachia during the 22nd century. Comprised mostly of former inmates from the Vault-Tec Research Center, they were freed by Roper, the facility's former head of security, who then took command. They ventured into Appalachia in search of a rumored treasure. While they struggle with hunting and farming, they compensate by extorting local settlements and businesses to survive. The Jackals are a fiercely savage and cannibalistic raider tribe active in the Mojave Wasteland around 2281. Originating from Vault 15 in the spring of 2141, they quickly gained a fearsome reputation. Their cannibalism began during a harsh winter that trapped the tribe and forced them to resort to eating their own, a grim practice that became a defining aspect of their identity. Interestingly, they never consume mutants, supposedly finding them unpalatable. The founder remains unknown, but the tribe soon started raiding shady sands. Despite causing trouble for years, they were driven north and then east by 2155 after a brutal defeat by the Khans. Though pushed to the edges of New California, they resurfaced as a recurring threat to the NCR. Over time, constant conflict wore down the Jackals. By 2281, they had fragmented into scattered, disorganized bands. Their main base in the Mojave is the abandoned Nevada Highway Patrol Station. The Khans are a raider tribe originating from the inhabitants of Vault 15. After the original Khans nearly faced extinction due to the Vault Dwellers' actions, they were succeeded by the new Khans and later the Great Khans. The Khans justify their raids on shady sands by pointing to their shared Vault heritage. Many in the wasteland view the Khans as more dangerous than their rivals, the Vipers. Typically, they operate in small scouting groups but can assemble into larger war parties. Strength is the highest virtue. The tribe values strength so deeply that leaders willingly hand over prized possessions if defeated in hand-to-hand combat. The new Khans were established by Darian, the son of Garl Death Hand. In 2161, Garl and most of the original tribe were killed by the Vault Dweller, with Darian being the sole survivor who chose to hide. Darian was driven by a deep desire for vengeance. However, the new Khans eventually met their end at the hands of the Chosen One. Despite this, the tribe's story continued. Over the decades, scattered Khan warbands gradually reunited, evolving into the Great Khans. Under the leadership of Papa Khan, they undertook a mass exodus from New California into the Mojave in 2267. As the third incarnation, the Great Khans represent the only truly organized raider group in the Mojave. Both men and women are fierce fighters. Still, the tribe is a pale shadow of its former glory. Papa Khan rules in a style reminiscent of Garl Death Hand, relying on advisors while retaining ultimate authority. He can choose an heir, who need not be a blood relative. To become a Khan, initiates must endure a grueling series of rituals ending with a 1-minute beatdown by multiple Khans. Those who call for mercy are disqualified. Survivors earn full Khan status. The Great Khans primarily survive through hunting and farming, but heavily rely on the production and sale of chemicals and drugs. Red Rock Canyon's harsh environment forces them to depend on these drugs, which they trade with multiple factions. The Khans follow a code of honor. They refuse to kill anyone who has not wronged them and never abandon their own. Killing children or the elderly is considered dishonorable. Khan territory is marked by statues, either a skull mounted on a spike with a hubcap or a humanoid figure made from sticks and animal skulls. These warn outsiders they are entering Khan territory. The Operators are one of the 3 raider factions controlling Nuka World in 2287. Best described as a crime syndicate, their primary driving force is profit. Unlike the more violent Disciples and Pack, the Operators present themselves as calculated and composed, favoring practical attire. They maintain a more civil, business-like demeanor, setting them apart as the most disciplined of the groups. They view the other gangs as short-sighted, firmly believing they are the only ones who truly grasp Nuka World's real potential as a lucrative enterprise. The Revenants are a ghoul-only faction based in Radiant Hills in northern Appalachia around 2102. As isolationist survivalists, they aim to create a safe community for ghouls. To attract new members, they spread a rumor about a radiation specialist. When venturing outside, members wear masks and disguises. While some claim to avoid violence, they prioritize their own safety. They're willing to kill to defend themselves, leading to rumors of masked bandits. The Revenants also maintain Point Repose, a former vertibird landing yard turned private sanctuary for ghouls turning feral. It's a sacred place where members can sequester themselves. The Rust Devils are a robot-obsessed raider gang operating in the Commonwealth in 2287. They scavenge for functional robots, which they reprogram and heavily modify for raids or to defend their bases. Robots that can't be captured are stripped for parts, either to maintain their forces or to craft armor. They are openly hostile towards everyone, including other gangs. They are the most technologically advanced raider faction in the Commonwealth. Their obsession even influences their traps, which often include laser tripwires connected to assaultron heads. The Pack is one of the 3 raider factions in Nuka World. Their social structure draws inspiration from wolf packs, with their leader known as the Alpha and a philosophy centered on survival of the fittest. Pack members use bold, flamboyant attire to display dominance. Challenges for leadership are a regular occurrence. Victory grants control, making the Alpha typically the most brutal rather than the most strategic. While Pack rule prohibits killing fellow members, those who lose challenges are publicly humiliated and exiled. A key aspect of their culture involves using vicious animals, mainly mongrels and attack dogs, for fighting. The Vipers are a shamanistic raider tribe originating from Vault 15. Forced into the Mojave by the late 23rd century, the remaining Vipers have mostly forgotten their original heritage. Before their near destruction, they followed a unique religion founded by Jonathan Faust. Centered on the worship of pit vipers, they favored night raids and stealth, using bone-crafted melee weapons laced with paralytic venom to incapacitate victims for robbery and sacrifice. They wore bone armor. All Vipers answered to the Great Snake Keeper, their leader. Beneath him were priests and elite warriors known as the Crimson Tongues. Members bore tattoos and exotic piercings. A key ritual was the monthly trance. Tribesmen consumed a venom alcohol mix, falling into a coma for 7 days. Those who died were fed to the snakes. Survivors were anointed warriors of the snake. Priests underwent a separate venom ritual to induce delirium and visions, claiming to communicate with the Great Snake. Several major locations in the wasteland warrant a deeper dive into their history and lore. The Big MT Research Facility, officially the Big Mountain Research and Development Center, was one of the most secretive pre-war research complexes. Located deep in the American Southwest, it was built within a vast subterranean cave system. Privately owned, it functioned as a defense contractor, operating with minimal oversight. Its stated mission was to develop the future of humanity by pushing the boundaries of science without ethical restraint. It attracted the brightest minds, many of whom eagerly embraced this freedom to conduct radical and grotesque experiments. Projects ranged from advanced robotics to genetic modification. Many trials were conducted on live human subjects, including prisoners held in an internal concentration camp. At the helm was a 6-person executive team: Doctors Klein, Dalla, Boris, Mobius, Zero, and the administrator. While once human, they eventually underwent a transformation into cybernetic entities, preserving their intellects indefinitely. Despite the Great War, Big MT survived and the research continued. Without external regulation, the think tank's work became increasingly degenerate. Their minds began to fray from isolation and obsessive experimentation. Their focus shifted from solving humanity's problems to bizarre indulgences. Meanwhile, the human staff either fled, were killed, or became unwilling subjects. Experiments, such as the creation of cazadors and nightstalkers, escaped containment and spread into the wasteland. Over time, the crater of Big MT became shrouded in secrecy. Most outsiders believed it was the site of a colossal nuclear detonation, but the few unlucky enough to stumble into the region were quickly apprehended by robotic security and subjected to lobotomization, transforming them into lobotomites, mindless drones used for maintenance. Among its vast domes, the think tank continues its work. Diamond City, often called the Great Green Jewel, is a fortified community in Boston's Fens. It was constructed inside the remains of Fenway Park, a pre-war baseball stadium. Before the war, it was home to Boston's team, the Swatters. On October 23, 2077, the stadium was scheduled to host Game 7 of the World Series. The outbreak of war prevented this. By 2130, Diamond City was established within the old stadium's walls. It quickly became a sanctuary. Over the decades, it grew into the Commonwealth's largest and most thriving settlement. A social hierarchy developed, with wealthier citizens in the elevated upper stands and those with fewer resources on the lower fields. By 2180, the Commonwealth Minutemen successfully defended Diamond City against a super mutant invasion. Half a century later, in 2229, the Broken Mask incident occurred. A visitor named Mr. Carter opened fire in a bar, killing several people. When his body was examined, it was discovered he was a synth. This event sowed seeds of distrust towards the Institute. In 2272, Piper Wright and her sister Nat arrived and launched Public Occurrences, a newspaper committed to reform. Piper's activism inspired many to address the city's problems: corruption, deteriorating infrastructure, and the neglected wall. A decade later, the city experienced a wave of intense anti-ghoul hostility, largely fueled by mayoral hopeful McDonough and his Mankind for McDonough campaign. Thanks to strong backing, McDonough won the election and in 2282 declared an official anti-ghoul edict. This sparked a brutal purge, forcing ghoul families to flee into the dangerous ruins. The possessions left behind were seized by the remaining inhabitants. By 2287, McDonough remained in office, presenting himself as the city's protector while covertly working for the Institute. He proved highly effective in maintaining his facade, though cracks existed. Some citizens began to suspect he had been replaced by a synth imposter. The residents of the lower fields comprise laborers and workers, while the wealthier upper stands are home to merchants. McDonough exploits this split. Diamond City is the only Commonwealth settlement that guarantees free education. Power is supplied by a fusion generator. Food comes from various independent farms, including Abernathy Farm. The largest contributor is the Gwinnett family. Despite paranoia, the city's residents generally accept synths, provided they contribute. This is exemplified by Nick Valentine, a synth who runs a detective agency. Nick earned his place after rescuing the daughter of the former mayor. Over time, he gained respect by being open about his synth identity. Still, some remain highly distrustful. Far Harbor is a remote settlement on Mount Desert Island off the coast of Maine. Once known as Bar Harbor, it was a thriving seaside resort. After the bombs fell, the island was gradually consumed by a dangerous radioactive phenomenon known as the fog. By 2287, Far Harbor stands as one of the last pockets of civilization. Its residents, known as harbor men, are locked in a daily struggle. The fog is a dense radioactive vapor that seeps across the island, mutating wildlife. A more lethal form, the deep fog, is particularly deadly, home to creatures like fog crawlers and gulpers. The Church of the Children of Adam view the fog as a holy manifestation called Adam's Veil and seek to spread it. This has put them in direct conflict with the harbor men. Despite the danger, some have found ways to resist. Chief among them is Acadia, a secluded refuge for escaped synths founded by Dai Ma, a prototype synth. Using salvage technology, they created fog condensers, devices that repel the fog. Thanks to these, Far Harbor's docks remain habitable. The harbor men are a superstitious and battle-hardened people. While some believe the fog is a natural hazard, others whisper that the island is cursed. Whatever the truth, those who remain have grown weary and suspicious of outsiders. Goodneighbor is a settlement in Boston's financial district, known for its gritty atmosphere. By 2287, it is governed by the unconventional but respected Mayor John Hancock. Founded in 2240 by criminals exiled from Diamond City, it became a haven for outcasts, drifters, and ghouls. Unlike Diamond City, Goodneighbor rejects social hierarchies and bigotry. The town's population grew further in 2282 following Mayor Macdonough's election in Diamond City. His decision to expel ghouls led many to flee to Goodneighbor. His brother, John Macdonough, disillusioned, voluntarily exiled himself and joined them in solidarity. Having previously dealt chems there, John was familiar with the town. Unfortunately, many were unable to adapt. At the time, Goodneighbor was under the brutal control of a petty despot named Vic. After witnessing Vic murder a drifter, John, in a moment of despair, used an experimental drug to ghoulify himself. Afterward, during a chem-fueled bender, he awoke inside the old state house, face to face with a display of clothes belonging to the American revolutionary John Hancock. Feeling inspired, he donned the outfit, assumed the name, and took on a revolutionary persona. Sober and driven, Hancock rallied a militia. Together, they overthrew Vic, hanging him from the state house balcony. Standing above the crowd, Hancock declared, "Of the people for the people." Following Vic's execution, John Hancock was declared mayor. He has worked to transform Goodneighbor into a town defined by rough justice and freedom. Under his leadership, the Neighborhood Watch was formed to maintain order. Despite Hancock's reforms, Goodneighbor remains infamous for criminal activity. Extortion and chem trafficking are common. Still, for many, it stands as a rare place of refuge, dangerous but free. The Lamplight Caverns, originally discovered in the late 1800s, was transformed into a tourist destination. On the morning of October 23, 2077, a group of 82 students from Early Dawn Elementary arrived for a field trip. As the group prepared to leave, the ground trembled and the lights flickered out. One of the chaperones ventured outside and returned with devastating news. Washington, D.C. had been engulfed in nuclear detonations. In the days that followed, the adults either succumbed to injuries, ventured out and never returned, or died from cave and accidents, leaving the children alone. One of the older kids, Jason Grant, stepped up to lead, eventually being declared mayor. While exploring, the group stumbled upon the sealed entrance to Vault 87. Desperate, they banged on the door, begging for help. The only response was a cold rejection, as someone inside insisted they were already dead. This voice likely belonged to Peter Stevens, a vault technician suffering from grief who believed the children were ghostly illusions. The harsh rejection hardened the children's attitude towards adults. Over time, they established a strict rule: anyone who turned 16 was exiled. These exiled individuals, labeled Mungos, were told to seek out a better life in a place called Big Town. Big Town, located elsewhere, became a refuge for these outcasts. However, the settlement struggled, facing frequent raids from super mutants and slavers. Megaton is a fortified settlement in the capital Wasteland, established within the vast crater of an undetonated megaton-class atomic bomb. By 2277, it stands as one of the few stable communities. The crater was first settled by survivors seeking shelter from dust storms. Some were drawn by spiritual reverence for the bomb, forming the Children of Adam sect, while others sought sanctuary after being denied entry into Vault 101. With time, the encampment matured. In 2241, a deadly raider attack galvanized residents to fortify the town using debris from a derelict airbase. The bomb at its core was never removed. Its potential detonation risk, combined with spiritual opposition from the Children of Adam, led to a decision that the bomb would be left untouched. By 2277, Megaton is a thriving, if crowded, settlement. Space is scarce. There is no official government, but Sheriff Lucas Sims, self-appointed, acts as lawkeeper. Sims, along with Stockholm, a sniper, Deputy Weld, a robotic greeter, and Deputy Steele, a Brotherhood outcast, form the de facto defense force. Most residents regard the Children of Adam as a bizarre but non-violent sect. Colin Moriarty remains a controversial figure, running Moriarty's Saloon, a hub for gossip and coercion. His operations are steeped in extortion. Megaton's economy is rooted in trade. Its location makes it an essential stop. Since the soil is too irradiated for agriculture, the town supports itself through commerce, maintaining a working water purifier and a cobbled-together power grid. Despite its precarious beginnings, Megaton has persisted. New Reno, known as the biggest little city in the world, rose from the ruins of pre-war Reno. It's infamous as the capital of vice, a haven for gambling, drugs, and any imaginable sin. Iconic hotspots like the Shark Club and the Desperado Casino define its culture. The city is also home to establishments like Golden Globe's film studio and the Jungle Gym. For those looking to arm themselves, New Reno Arms offers a wide array of weaponry. Unlike most settlements, New Reno operates without a formal government. Instead, several powerful families enforce their own order, keeping the city relatively safe for visitors. Anyone foolish enough to disrupt the flow of tourism is dealt with harshly. New Reno is also a key player in regional trade, part of the Big Circle Brahmin route. It provides Vault City with gold ore to acquire medical goods, but its main export remains entertainment. Most of the drugs and alcohol in New California originate from its labs. On 2nd Street is the Jungle Gym, the birthplace of many of the wasteland's top fighters. As expected, most of the facility is devoted to strength training. Fighters train there daily. Despite the chaos, the boxing world follows a loose code: no kicks and no strikes below the waist. While there's no official boxing commission, tactics like using weighted gloves are frowned upon. Nonetheless, a few pairs of metal-plated gloves are rumored to circulate. The Pit is a Raider-controlled expanse carved from the ruins of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. After the Great War, the city fell into lawlessness. Raider factions carved up territory, constructing a grim settlement. Built through forced labor, the Pit slowly rose under the watchful eyes of Raider enforcers. In the decades that followed, generations born there began to suffer from severe mutations, including tumors and misshapen limbs, consequences of exposure to the region's toxic river. The physical mutations were only part of the horror. Many residents developed a degenerative neurological illness that drove them into a state of uncontrollable savagery. These individuals, dubbed wild men, formed feral packs. Even more terrifying was the emergence of a condition called troglodyte degeneration contagion, or TDC, a disease that caused victims to devolve into hunched, animalistic creatures known as trogs. Newborns were especially vulnerable. Within half a century, Pittsburgh's ruins became a battleground of cannibalistic warbands. In 2255, an expedition from the Brotherhood of Steel, led by Paladin Owen Leon, arrived. Leon ordered a sudden, unprovoked assault, an event known as the Scourge. Brotherhood forces launched a massacre that slaughtered half the population in a single night. Only those who surrendered were spared. While the operation eliminated many violent elements, it left a power vacuum. One unexpected survivor was Initiate Asher. Thought to have died when a building collapsed, his power armor protected him. He was found by a local woman scavenging his armor. Upon regaining consciousness, Asher realized he was trapped in a still-functioning steel mill. He saw this as a calling and decided to rebuild. Rallying scavengers, many of whom revered him, Asher established himself as ruler. He bent the remaining gangs to his will and enslaved the weak, using the restored steelworks to generate income and attract mercenaries. Due to the toxicity and threat of TDC, childbirth was strongly discouraged. The population was maintained almost entirely through recruitment and slave imports. Understanding how fragile this system was, Asher deployed propaganda. He often spoke to the enslaved, promising liberation for loyalty. One key policy was offering freedom through combat. Slaves could earn a place in his army by winning brutal battles in the arena known as the Hole. Asher viewed his regime as a temporary measure until a cure for TDC could be found. That hope came in the form of a miracle. His wife, Sandra, who served as his chief scientist, gave birth to a daughter named Marie. Unlike others, she was unaffected by the contagion, possessing a natural immunity. To Asher, she was not only his child but a symbol of salvation. He tasked Sandra with studying her immunity, hoping to unlock a medical breakthrough. Asher's ultimate vision was to transform the Pit from a brutal stronghold into a thriving empire. Point Lookout is a remote and hazardous marshland region downriver from the capital Wasteland on the coast of Maryland. Though spared the direct impact of nuclear warheads, the region did not escape unscathed. Its swamps were tainted by irradiated waters. Before the bombs, inland communities were intensely isolationist, distrusting the government. During the new plague outbreak, a disaster relief outpost was constructed, but volunteers attempting to venture into the deep swamplands were violently repelled. In the centuries following the war, ambient radiation seeped into the groundwater, warping the land. Point Lookout evolved into a swamp-choked wilderness where decaying buildings were overtaken by bogs and twisted vegetation. From this corruption emerged the swamp folk, grotesquely mutated, inbred human remnants. They are violent, territorial, and largely nonverbal but demonstrate a brutal cunning. Accompanying them are swamp lurks, mutated mirelurks and feral ghouls. Despite its danger, Point Lookout has lured scavengers with whispers of pre-war secrets. Among the most coveted finds is the punga fruit, a strange plant native only to the region. Known for its potent hallucinogenic properties, it has become a sought-after chem ingredient and black market export. Rivet City was the largest and most advanced human settlement in the capital Wasteland by 2277. Uniquely situated within the hull of a pre-war aircraft carrier, it is home to a functioning hydroponics facility, law enforcement, and a research division. Before the Great War, the vessel was a massive U.S. Navy aircraft carrier. Following the nuclear devastation, the ship was abandoned. The bow collapsed, becoming partially submerged and infested by mirelurks. By 2237, a group of scientists formerly with the Naval Research Institute, led by Horace Pinkerton, reclaimed the ship. They established the Rivet Station Science Outpost. Over time, as stability returned, other civilians arrived. By April 25 of 2239, the outpost had evolved into a fully functioning settlement. Pinkerton, along with Annette Holmes and Bannon, formally founded Rivet City, establishing a 3-member council. Representation was divided among scientists, civilians, and security personnel. Rivet City thrived. However, internal strife was not absent. In 2258, Dr. Madison Lee and her science team arrived after abandoning Project Purity. With her reputation, she assumed leadership of the science division, pushing Pinkerton into a self-imposed exile in the ship's ruined bow section. Rivet City's hydroponics labs produce non-irradiated food, a rarity. Attempts to exploit this through price hikes were continually rejected by the council. The city is well defended, with guards patrolling 24/7. Inside the carrier, Rivet City houses a marketplace, clinic, bar, hotel, church, museum, and science lab. The Sierra Madre is a long-abandoned pre-war city located somewhere near the Grand Canyon. Conceived and funded by industrialist Frederick Sinclair, it was meant to be his crowning achievement. The city was split into 2 areas: the Villa, a luxurious residential zone, and the resort casino. The vision was to create a sanctuary where the wealthy could retreat and rebuild. The complex was designed to operate independently, with vending machines engineered by Big MT providing food and supplies. Sinclair strictly regulated the environment. Only authorized vending machines were allowed, and all outside substances were banned. This created a flourishing underground market. In search of advanced technology, Sinclair struck a dangerous deal with Big MT. Alongside cutting-edge tech, the scientists covertly used the facility as a testing ground for a highly toxic substance known as the cloud. Sinclair, facing potential financial collapse, likely had no choice but to accept. The cloud first appeared after the resort's cheaply constructed ventilation system broke down. The poisonous red mist began leaking, making residents violently ill. To handle the crisis, Sinclair turned to Big MT, who provided experimental darklight hazmat suits. Although unsettling, these suits allowed workers to investigate. Despite their efforts, they couldn't locate the source. The ventilation was eventually restored, but when the Great War struck, the damaged infrastructure could no longer cope. The cloud slowly escaped, spreading across the Sierra Madre. It thickened, permanently darkening the skies. The maintenance crews who once wore the suits were overtaken by its toxicity, transforming into the eerie, semi-human ghost people who now haunt the ruins. For generations, the Sierra Madre remained untouched. But in the 23rd century, it drew the attention of Father Elijah, a disgraced elder of the Brotherhood of Steel. He became obsessed with its potential. What he found only fueled his ambitions. Elijah came to believe the cloud could be turned into a weapon of mass destruction, capable of wiping out entire populations. His goal was to use it to destroy the new California Republic and take control of the Mojave, beginning the world anew. The wasteland is home to a variety of creatures and animals, many of which have been transformed by radiation. Anglers are amphibious, four-legged creatures that launch fiery projectiles. Their bodies are protected by tough scales. While lurking underwater, they use a bioluminescent lure. A subspecies, the scorched angler, exists solely in Appalachia. Bighorners are mutated descendants of bighorn sheep. Although humans have domesticated them for their horns, meat, and milk, wild populations still roam mountainous areas. Typically calm, they can become aggressive if threatened. The bloatfly is a mutated insect resembling an oversized horsefly. It has lost its flight agility and relies on a stinger which can fire mature larvae armed with barbed stings that inject a neurotoxin. This toxin has little effect on humans, causing only localized tissue death. Consequently, bloatflies are often hunted by survivors for their meat. Bloodbugs are mutated, blood-sucking mosquitoes that have grown to roughly the size of a dog. They strike with a sharp blade like proboscis. They often spray blood into their prey's eyes to impair vision. These insects attack in swarms, and their dull brown coloration provides excellent camouflage. Once solely aquatic, bloodworms gradually moved inland after radiation-induced mutations. They have adapted to survive in arid wastelands, including the valley housing Nuka World. By 2287, a queen-led nest had claimed the Dry Rock Gulch exhibit. These insectoid creatures have grown to the size of an adult human, with bodies lined with sharp spines and a four-pronged mouth. They are highly territorial and launch surprise attacks by burrowing through the soil. Brahmin are a mutated breed of cattle distinguished by their unique two-headed appearance. Emerging as one of the wasteland's most vital species, they descended from Indian Brahmin cattle. Radiation caused the development of their defining trait. Brahmin became the wasteland's most adaptable livestock. Despite being stubborn, they are generally easy to handle. They serve as pack animals, capable of hauling up to 500 pounds and provide milk, fertilizer, and fuel. When no longer useful, they are slaughtered for meat and leather. They require minimal upkeep, able to survive on sparse weeds. Cazadores are mutated insects found in the Mojave wasteland. Originally engineered in the Big MT laboratories, these giant wasps were created from tarantula hawk wasps. The lab-grown cazadores were initially confined, but several groups managed to escape. Since then, they have spread rapidly into surrounding regions. They are known for their fast, unpredictable flight patterns and are typically found in swarms. Their venomous sting is extremely potent and can lead to rapid death. Centaurs are mutated hybrid beings formed through FEV experiments. Their name derives from their malformed legs. These creatures were engineered by the master, who subjected a mixture of animals, including humans, dogs, and cats, to the FEV. The virus triggered unpredictable mutations, resulting in a wide range of chimeras. Although they vary greatly, they all retain a vaguely humanoid shape. Deathclaws are a species of genetically modified reptilian monsters originally designed by the pre-war US government. The goal was to create animal super soldiers for high-risk missions. After the Great War, many escaped containment and spread rapidly, evolving into dominant apex predators. Though the project succeeded in producing a deadly predator, there is no evidence they were ever deployed on the battlefield. Deathclaws are enormous, bipedal reptiles bred for maximum combat efficiency, boasting immense physical power and speed. Packs communicate using guttural vocalizations. Their most deadly assets are their claws. They possess opposable thumbs and a five-fingered hand structure, each digit ending in razor-sharp talons. Their hide is incredibly durable. Deathclaws are social creatures, often living in packs led by an alpha pair. The alpha male fiercely defends his territory. To clear out a deathclaw pack, one must eliminate both alphas. Fog crawlers are formidable creatures on Mount Desert Island. They inhabit misty coastal environments, using the obscured conditions to stalk prey. They exhibit crustacean traits, such as armored exoskeletons and sickle-shaped limbs. Extensive mutation has transformed them into beasts far exceeding human stature. They are recognizable by their deep, resonant calls and rank among the most dangerous predators in their region. Geckos are mutated reptilian creatures valued for their tough hides, commonly found across the Mojave and New California. They have grown significantly, many reaching the height of a small child. They typically move in a hunched posture and exhibit a variety of skin tones. Though generally non-aggressive, they operate in tight-knit groups and will quickly rally in defense. Hunters and trappers highly value geckos for their hides. Around 2241, a standard hide could fetch 25 NCR dollars. Their meat is a staple, said to have a flavor reminiscent of canned chicken. Ghouls are once living beings who have undergone severe mutation due to prolonged radiation exposure. This condition, ghoulification, varies in its effects. In humans, it often leads to dramatically extended lifespans and accelerated healing. Additionally, ghouls are naturally resistant to radiation. However, they lose the ability to reproduce and suffer extreme changes in appearance, resembling decomposed corpses or severe burn victims. The trauma of the transformation pushes many into insanity. These feral ghouls lose higher reasoning and behave like wild animals. Those who retain their minds often form isolated communities. Due to these changes, ghouls are frequently regarded as a distinct species and are subject to widespread prejudice. Though most common in humans, ghoulification has been recorded in other species, including bears and gorillas. Up until the late 21st century, the Grafton monster was considered local folklore. That changed when Vault-Tec turned myth into reality at their research facility. On the day of the Great War, using a variant of FEV, scientists engineered a terrifyingly powerful mutant. As it was being transported, the onset of war caused a crash that allowed it to flee. The Grafton monster is an enormous, hairless beast with pale gray skin, a massive upper body, and oversized arms. Its head is hidden beneath heavy shoulder muscles, making precision targeting nearly impossible. Honey beasts are mutated offspring of honeybees, transformed by intense radiation. These creatures grow larger than a typical human and are characterized by large beehives embedded in their thoraxes, which continuously secrete honey. Their increased bulk has made their wings ineffective, leaving them incapable of flight, though they have been seen crawling along walls. Lake lurks are aggressive, mutated creatures that inhabit bodies of water like Lake Mead. Highly territorial, they fiercely defend their nesting areas. Their method of assault involves emitting powerful, high-pitched sonic pulses to stun prey before closing in with razor-sharp claws. They typically travel in small groups of 2 or 3. They bear a strong resemblance to the mirelurk kings of the capital Wasteland, but show no signs of forming symbiotic relationships with mutant crab species. Mega sloths are giant sloths transformed by radiation. Towering well above a human, their bodies are draped in thick, unkempt fur, which harbors clusters of mushrooms. When they shake themselves, the mushrooms release clouds of spores. Before the Great War, Isaac Armitage kept several sloths on his family estate in Appalachia. The term mirelurk broadly refers to various mutated aquatic creatures native to the eastern seaboard. They were among the earliest radioactive mutants, their origins tied to pre-war corporate pollution. After the war, nuclear fallout fueled a new wave of mutations. They typically dwell in tainted rivers and coastal waters. Despite its tough texture, mirelurk meat is prized as a delicacy. Hunters who supply it often enjoy steady demand, which fosters fierce competition. Mole rats are massive rodents with razor-sharp claws and tusks. They are either oversized rats or the outcome of gene splicing experiments combining Kodiak bears with unstable lab rats. They typically hunt in small groups. Nightstalkers are pre-war genetic hybrids created by Dr. Boris at Big MT, combining rattlesnake and coyote DNA. They vocalize like coyotes but also hiss, rattle, and can inject venom. Their bodies resemble coyotes covered in a mix of fur and scales, while their heads and tails bear rattlesnake traits. Unlike most mammals, they lay eggs but care for their young like coyotes. True to their name, they are mostly active at night, hunting in packs. Radscorpions are large, mutated scorpions frequently encountered near abandoned buildings. Most descend from the North American emperor scorpion, a once popular pet. They have grown significantly larger, faster, and more venomous. Despite their enhanced venom, scientists have developed several antidotes. Radstags are mutated deer native to Appalachia and the Commonwealth. Like Brahmin, they developed a secondary head and have extra vestigial limbs growing from their chests. Generally, they avoid conflict, but if cornered, they will fiercely defend themselves with their horns. Radtoads are oversized, mutated descendants of pre-war toads. They have 4 powerful main legs and have developed slender, arm-like appendages from their jaws. They also have sharp teeth and a long tongue tipped with 3 barbs. Their heads are dotted with numerous yellow-red eyes, and clusters of eggs are often found on their backs. Rad beavers are mutated descendants of pre-war beavers commonly found in Appalachia. They have grown larger, and their fur has thinned significantly, exposing wrinkled skin. Sharp, jagged spikes jut out along their tails and backs, while their noses and teeth have become more pronounced. Scorchbeasts are formidable creatures found in Appalachia. They originated when enclave scientists subjected irradiated bats to biochemical experiments. They have become the region's top predators. They retain features like pointed ears and echolocation, but have lost most fur, grown to immense sizes, and developed an extra pair of legs. They are carriers of a deadly plague that transforms victims into the scorched. Despite their massive size, they are surprisingly agile and often hunt cooperatively in packs during the day. Stingwings are large, mutated descendants of scorpion flies, featuring elongated mouths and a scorpion-like tail tipped with a venomous stinger. Often encountered in swarms, their unpredictable flight patterns and poisonous sting make them dangerous. They construct sizable clusters of nests, and when threatened, numerous stingwings will swarm out aggressively. Tunnelers are reptilian humanoids characterized by dark, scaly skin, large glowing eyes, and spikes jutting from their shoulders and heads. They dwell underground and are highly sensitive to intense sensory stimuli. Their oversized eyes are likely an adaptation to dim environments. A bite from a tunneler is as lethal as a sting from a bark scorpion. The earliest documented encounters with the mutated humanoids known as Wendigos in post-apocalyptic Appalachia happened just days after the nuclear fallout. Though Wendigos are found in several areas, only a few cases can be linked to specific pre-war individuals. Each Wendigo's mutation appears to result from unique circumstances, but one common factor is the ingestion of human flesh. This, however, doesn't clarify why they have only emerged in Appalachia. Some evidence suggests they might be a variant of ghouls. During incursions into Vault 79, Wendigos have been observed living among feral ghouls, indicating they may have mutated alongside them. The name Yao Guai was given to mutated American black bears by the descendants of those interned in Chinese camps before the Great War. Known for their fierce nature, they possess razor-sharp claws and teeth, making them some of the most dangerous inhabitants of the wasteland. Wild Yao Guai are aggressive, attacking nearly any animal or person they encounter. However, when found in groups, they display strong familial bonds and can sometimes be domesticated. Hunters often seek them for their meat and hides. This extensive history, from the divergence to the rise of factions and the mutation of life, forms the rich and complex tapestry of the Fallout universe. It is a world born from atomic fire, forever shaped by humanity's past mistakes and its unending struggle to survive.